1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Değerli katılımcılar, değerli misafirler, Cumhurbaşkanımız az sonra salonumuzu teşrif edeceklerdir. Lütfen ayaktaki olan misafirlerimizi yerlerinize almanızı rica ediyoruz. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin momentarily. The President will be entering the hall, so could we please ask our guests that are standing to please take their seats. Thank you. Teşekkür ederiz.
arasana. Beni arasana röportaj oldu. Sana mı? Bana ver. Emiryan 2000. Şimdi var mı? Tamam. Tamam. O ne olur ne olmaz. Olmaz da
Değerli katılımcılar, Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Cumhurbaşkanı Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan salonumuzu teşrif etmişlerdir. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımıza hoş geldiniz, şeref verdiniz diyoruz. Değerli katılımcılar, yerlerinizi almanızı rica ediyoruz. Teşekkür ederiz.
Dünya 5'ten büyüktür ve daha adil bir dünya mümkündür. Gazze'de yaşananlar insanlık suçudur, savaş suçudur.
Turkey's Akinci unmanned aerial vehicle detected the wreckage of a helicopter carrying Iranian President Ebrahim Raisi and his delegation.
Tebrik ediyoruz İlayda Taran ve Yusuf Dikeç'i. Putin altın madalyayı kazanıyor.
54-96 dünya rekoruyla giriyor finale.
Gazze'de sadece çocuklar değil, aynı zamanda Birleşmiş Milletler sistemi ölüyor. Hakikat ölüyor. Küresel bir adil düzen ve kalkınma ancak sınırlarımız ötesinde huzur ve güvenliğin tesisiyle mümkün olabilir.
Hello and welcome everyone to this year's TRT World Forum, to our President of the Republic of Turkey, to the Head of Communications for the Republic and the Director General of TRT, as well as all of our distinguished guests here today. A warm welcome again to our beautiful city of Istanbul. I'm Andrea Sankey, I'm the host of the Newsmakers on TRT World, and I'm joined by my colleague and co-host Alican Ayanlar.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, Sayın İletişim Başkanım, Sayın Genel Müdürüm, Saygıdeğer hanımefendiler ve beyefendiler, değerli katılımcılar, sizleri TRT World Forum için güzel şehrimiz İstanbul'a hoş geldin diyerek başlamak isteriz. Ben Ali Can Ayanlar.
This year, as always, we're bringing together that diverse group of leaders, academics, experts, and analysts to explore how a world at breaking point is managing crises and transformations. We know we're experiencing a time marked by some very extraordinary challenges. We are facing, or in some cases actually ignoring, a genocide in Palestine, conflicts and humanitarian crises around the world, geopolitical tensions that some fear could push us to the brink of global conflict, if not over that brink, alongside economic instability and technological advances that could very easily take us into the unknown.
Her zaman olduğu gibi dünyayı etkileyen krizleri ve dönüşümleri nasıl yöneteceğimizi konuşmak ve tartışmak üzere liderleri, akademisyenleri ve uzmanları bir araya getiriyoruz. Aslında baktığımızda soykırım boyutuna ulaşan bir trajediyi Filistin'de görüyor. Dünya genelinde çatışmalar ve insani krizlere tanıklık ediyor. Küresel çatışmalar riskini arttıran jeopolitik gelişmeleri de mücadele ediyoruz.
So as great power rivalries threaten to deepen global division, we'll be focusing instead on interconnectedness and how to use that to bring about positive and proactive engagement and focused dialogue. To that end, we've invited more than 150 speakers from around the world to join hundreds of people in attendance today from nearly 30 different countries.
Büyük güçler arasındaki rekabet küresel bölünme tehdidini arttırdığı bu dönemde birbirimize olan bağlılığımıza odaklanacağız ve bunu nasıl kullanarak proaktif katılım ve odaklanmış diyalog oluşturabileceğimizi tartışacağız. Bu amaçla Andre'nin dediği gibi bu yılki etkinliğimize 30 ülkeden fazladan 150 tane yakın yerli ve yabancı konuşmacıyı davet ettik, yer alacaklar.
So over the next 2 days, we'll be hosting 8 public sessions, 8 expert roundtables, and several keynote speeches designed to inspire meaningful debate and collaborative problem solving. From exploring Turkey's evolving diplomatic role and eco-regeneration strategy to economic resilience, international law, AI, and media polarization.
Önümüzdeki 2 gün boyunca 8 açık oturum, yine aynı sayıda yuvarlak masa toplantılarında ortak çözüm arayışını teşvik etmeyi amaçlayan konuşmalar dinleyeceğiz. Türkiye'nin gelişen diplomasisinin rolünün yanı sıra iklim krizini, ekonomilerimizin mücadele gücünü ve uluslararası hukuk, yapay zeka ve medyadaki kutuplaşmaya kadar birçok konuyu ele alacağız.
And as we reflect on the past 2 decades, we're reminded again of the need for transformative leadership and collaboration. Through all of our sessions, roundtables, and speeches over the next 2 days, we will seek to address that need as Turkey remains steadfast in its will to engage through dialogue, through reform, and through unity.
Son 20 yıllık döneme baktığımızda dönüşümcü liderlik ve işbirliğinin gerekliliğini bir kez daha hatırlıyoruz. TRT World Forum'da gerçekleştireceğimiz bu oturumlar aracılığıyla bu ihtiyacı ele almayı hedefliyoruz. Zira Türkiye, diyalog, reform ve birlik aracılığıyla katılım sağlama konusunda kararlılığını sürdürüyor.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, we now officially launch this TRT World Forum. We are so glad, of course, that you're here with us and hope you're ready and motivated for some inspiring days ahead.
Değerli hanımefendiler ve beyefendiler, 2024 TRT World Forum'un açılış konuşmasını yapmak üzere TRT Genel Müdürü Sayın Profesör Doktor Mehmet Zahit Sobacı'yı sahneye davet ediyoruz.
Please welcome to the stage our first speaker, TRT World Director General Professor Dr. Mehmet Zahit Sobacı.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, kıymetli hazirun, bu sene 8.sini düzenlediğimiz TRT World Forum'a hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Bu yılda Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın teşrifleriyle onurlandırdığı forumumuzu 30'un üzerinde ülkeden 150'ye yakın konuşmacı ve farklı coğrafyalardan 1500'ün üzerinde katılımcıyla gerçekleştiriyoruz. Önümüzdeki 2 gün boyunca iklim değişikliğinden enerji krizine, jeopolitik dönüşümlerden ekonomide dayanıklılık stratejilerine, uluslararası hukuktan yapay zekaya pek çok konuyu hep birlikte masaya yatıracağız. Bu yıl TRT World Forum'un ana temasını kırılma noktasında bir dünya, krizleri ve dönüşümleri yönetmek olarak belirledik. Çünkü bütün insanlığın mukadderatını belirleyecek krizlerle sınandığımız bir dönemden geçiyoruz. Bugün dünya soykırım ve savaşlardan iklim değişikliğine, düzensiz göçten sosyal adaletsizliklere ve yeni teknolojilerin yol açtığı risklere kadar geniş çaplı sorunların gölgesinde dönüyor. Bu krizlerin oluşturduğu insani maliyetin ağırlığı ve bundan etkilenenlerin sayısı her geçen gün artıyor. Uluslararası sistemin temelleri ise bu gelişmeler karşısında derinden sarsılıyor. Ve şu an dünyanın meşgul olduğu meselelerin çoğu, ülkemizin de içinde bulunduğu bölgemizde gerçekleşiyor. Dolayısıyla çok boyutlu ve zorlu sınamalarla kuşatılmış bir coğrafyada bulunan Türkiye için bölgesel ve küresel meselelerle ilgilenmek tercihten öte bir zorunluluktur ve tarihi bir sorumluluğun gereğidir. Bu noktada şunu açıkça ifade etmek isterim ki, bu sınamalarda ülkemizin en büyük imkanı hiç kuşkusuz sahip olduğu güçlü liderliktir. Cumhurbaşkanımız Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın liderlik ettiği özgün siyaset ve diplomasi modeli, ülkemizin hak ve menfaatlerini korumanın ve yükseltmenin yanı sıra daha adil bir dünyanın reçetesini de insanlığa sunmaktadır. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, kıymetli misafirler, bugün bildiğimiz tüm krizlerden daha yıkıcı ve yok edici bir krizle karşı karşıyayız. Bu krizin adı vicdan krizidir. Bunun en somut örneği Gazze'deki soykırımdır. İsrail, bir yılı aşkın süredir sürdürdüğü soykırım ile 44 binden fazla Gazze'liyi hayattan kopardı. 100 binden fazlasını yaraladı. Soykırımın sonucunda hayatını kaybedenlerin 17 binden fazlası çocuk, 2 binden fazlası bebekti. Şu hususun altını özellikle çizmek isterim ki, yaşanılanları uzaktan gözlemleyenlerin soykırım kurbanlarının sadece sayılardan ibaret olmadığını bilmesi gerekiyor. Bir kurşunla, bir şarapnel parçasıyla, bir fosfor bombasının zehirli gazıyla sönüp giden hayatlar, gerçek insanların hayatları. Bu insanlar hepimizle aynı gök kubbe altında sıradan bir hayat sürmeye çalışan, aynı umutları ve hayalleri paylaşan insanlar. Yaşamak için güvenli bir yer, her gün sofrada bir kap yemek, çocukları için daha iyi bir yaşam hayal eden insanlar. Bunlar sayı değil, gerçek insanlar. Hal böyleyken, bu insanların gerçek ızdıraplarını görmemekte, en temel insani taleplerini duymamakta ısrar eden batılı ülkeler, Gazze testinde tüm dünyaya ihraç etmeye çalıştıkları sözde değerlerin altında kalmış, insanlığı rafa kaldırmıştır. Soykırım endüstrisinin parçası haline gelen medya kuruluşları ise susarak, hatta soykırıma destek vererek ruhlarını ve vicdanlarını satışa çıkarmışlardır. Ancak her bir insani krizde olduğu gibi Gazze'deki zulme karşı kıyam etme sorumluluğunu da Türkiye üstlenmiştir. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımız bulunduğu her platformda sesini adaletin sözcüsü olarak yükseltmekte, zalimlerin kanlı yüzlerini tüm dünyaya ifşa etmektedir. TRT olarak bizler de zat-ı devletlerinin liderliğinde ülkemizin dünyada hakkı ve hakikati önceleyen vizyonuna paralel bir yayıncılık gerçekleştirmek için gayret gösteriyoruz. Soykırımın başladığı günden bugüne tüm imkan ve kabiliyetimizle Gazze'nin sesi oluyor, yaşananları milyarlarca insana ana dillerinde anlatıyoruz. Bunu yaparken soykırımcı İsrail'in hiçbir ahlaki ve insani sınır tanımayan taciz, saldırı ve engellemelerine de maruz kalıyoruz. Ancak biz Gazze'nin her köşesinden yükselen feryadı dünyanın dört bir yanına duyurmak zorundayız. Mazlum Filistin halkının görmezden gelinen hikayesini kadrajın tam merkezine yerleştirmek zorundayız. Bu bizim dedesinin gözlerinden öperek toprağa verdiği Rim'e, günlerce yardım beklediği aracın içinde, yüzlerce kurşuna hedef olan Hind'e, biricik evlatlarının naaşlarını poşetlerde taşımaya mecbur edilen Filistinli anne ve babalara ve mazlum Gazze'li kardeşlerimize borcumuzdur. Şunu açıkça ifade etmek isterim ki, Türkiye'nin TRT'si var olduğu sürece, görünmez kılmaya çalıştıkları soykırımın her anı belgelenecek, feryatlarına kulak tıkadıkları Filistin halkının, tüm dünyadaki mazlumlara ilham olmuş izzetli yürüyüşü kulakları delercesine anlatılmaya devam edecektir. Çünkü inanıyoruz ki batıl zail olmaya mahkumdur. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, TRT olarak medyanın haysiyetini koruma iradesini ortaya koyarken sizin asla taviz vermediğiniz dik duruşunuzdan ilham ve cesaret alıyoruz. Ben bu duygu ve düşüncelerle etkinliğimizi onurlandırdıkları için zat-ı devletlerine şükranlarımı sunuyor. TRT World Forum'un daha adil bir geleceğin inşasına katkı sunmasını temenni ediyorum. Değerli misafirlerimize, forumumuza yapacakları katkılar için teşekkür ediyorum, saygılarımla.
Thank you so much. TRT Director General, Professor Dr. Mehmet Zahid Sobacı.
Sayın Genel Müdürüm çok teşekkürler. Şimdi Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Cumhurbaşkanlığı İletişim Başkanı Sayın Profesör Doktor Fahrettin Altun'u sahneye davet ediyoruz efendim.
Please welcome to the stage the Head of Communications for the Presidency of the Republic of Turkey, Fahrettin Altun.
Saygıdeğer Cumhurbaşkanım, çok kıymetli misafirler, sizleri hürmetle selamlıyor. TRT World Forum 2024'de hoş geldiniz, şerefler verdiniz diyorum. Forumumuzun bu yılki teması kırılma noktasında bir dünya, krizleri ve dönüşümleri yönetmek. Neden krizleri ve dönüşümleri yönetmekten bahsediyoruz? Zira insanlık olarak krizlerle malul bu dünyada, bu küresel ortamda önümüzde iki seçenek var. Ya gelişmeleri sessizce izleyecek ve krizlerin mağduru olacağız ya da karşımızdaki krizleri yönetmek, onlara kalıcı çözümler üretmek, dönüşümler sağlamak için mücadele edeceğiz. Siz değerli bilim insanları, kanaat önderleri, iş insanları, gazeteciler ve mütefekkirlerle birlikte ikincisini tercih ediyoruz. Bizler TRT World Forum, Antalya Diplomasi Forumu, İstanbul Güvenlik Forumu ve Stratcom gibi uluslararası platformlarımız aracılığıyla dünyamızı, bizleri etkileyen temel meselelere, acil sorunlara ilişkin sahici diyalog zeminleri inşa etmeye çalışıyoruz. Barışa, güvenliğe, refaha ve insanlığın selametine ilişkin küresel farkındalık oluşturmak için gayret gösteriyoruz. Amacımız savaşlarla, soykırımlarla, artan istikrarsızlıklarla, melez tehditlerle karşı karşıya kalan dünyamıza ilişkin batılı ana akım söylemlerin dışında ihmal edilen, susturulmaya çalışılan ve ötekileştirilen kesimlerin çözüm önerilerini küresel müzakere konusu yapmak. Ve memnuniyetle görüyoruz ki bugün TRT World Forum başta olmak üzere bu platformlarımız kurumsallaşmakta, giderek daha büyük bir uluslararası teveccühe mazhar olmaktadır. Saygıdeğer Cumhurbaşkanım, kıymetli misafirler, Türkiye bugün küresel alanda iki önemli mücadele veriyor. Bunlardan birincisi adalet mücadelesidir, ikincisi hakikat mücadelesi. Her iki mücadelenin bayraktarlığını da, liderliğini de yürüten Cumhurbaşkanımız Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'dır. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın siyasi biyografisi her şeyden önce onun adalet mücadelesinin bir remzi niteliğindedir. Cumhurbaşkanımız siyasete atıldığı ilk günden itibaren öncelikle ülkemizde cereyan eden adaletsizlikleri, hak ihlallerini ve yine bunlarla koşut bir şekilde ilerleyen sosyoekonomik sorunları ortadan kaldırmak için mücadele etti. Kendisinin söylem ve siyasi teklifleri milletimizin teveccühüne mazhar olduktan ve iktidara geldikten sonra Cumhurbaşkanımız söz konusu adaletsizlikleri ve sorunları ortadan kaldırmak için yoğun bir çaba sarf etti ve bu çabalar neticesinde demokrasimiz vesayetten temizlendi. Kamusal alandaki insan hakları ihlalleri giderildi. Eğitimde fırsat eşitliğinin önündeki engeller ortadan kaldırıldı. Ekonomi ve dış politikadaki bağımlılık zincirleri kırıldı. Atılan cesur adımlarla ülkemizin, vatandaşlarımızın maruz kaldığı adaletsizlikler, hak ihlalleri ve zulümler tarihin kara sayfalarına gömüldü. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın bu adalet ve kalkınma mücadelesine her daim bir hakikat mücadelesi de eşlik etti. Bütün tehditlere, susturulma girişimlerine rağmen en zor zamanlarda hakkı, hakikati savundu, haykırdı. Ve sonuçta bütün bunların sonucunda hamdolsun ki Türkiye kazandı. Türkiye bu adalet ve hakikat mücadelesi sayesinde büyüyebildi. Kendisini küresel sömürü ilişkilerinin dışına çıkarmaya çalışarak bölgesel bir aktör ve küresel bir oyuncuya dönüşebildi Türkiye. Türkiye bugün yine Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın liderliğinde bu kez küresel alanda bir adalet ve hakikat mücadelesi veriyor. Bakınız, 7 Ekim 2023 tarihinden bu yana İsrail bütün dünyanın gözleri önünde Filistin halkına soykırım uyguluyor ve bu soykırım karşısında batılı hükümetler ve ana akım Batı medyası ne yazık ki kafasını kuma gömmüş vaziyette. İsrail'i durdurmak şöyle dursun, onu cesaretlendirmeye çalışıyorlar, onu haklı çıkarmak için bahaneler uyduruyorlar. Bugün İsrail soykırım makinesi ve onun suç ortakları bu cürümlerini işlerlerken Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımız bütün benliğiyle uluslararası platformlarda, dünya liderleriyle yaptıkları görüşmelerde en açık, en net şekilde bu katliamı, bu soykırımı sonlandırmak, mazlumların yaralarının sarılmasına yardım etmek için uğraşıyor. Batılı liderlerin yüzüne canlı yayında kusura bakmayın, bizim sizin gibi arkamızda soykırım gibi bir tarihsel utanç yok diyor. BM kürsüsünden dünya 5'ten büyüktür diye haykırıyor ve daha adil bir dünya mümkündür çağrısı yapıyor. Filistin konusunda ey Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi, Gazze soykırımının önüne geçmek, bu zulme, bu barbarlığa dur demek için daha ne bekliyorsunuz diye sorabiliyor. Bunun içindir ki dünyadaki tüm mazlum coğrafyalarda Cumhurbaşkanımız için şiirler yazılıyor, dualar ediliyor. Cumhurbaşkanımız aynı zamanda dünyada mülteci karşıtı ve ayrımcı politikalar yürüten odaklara karşı da dimdik ve cesur bir duruş sergiliyor. Popülizm illetinden ve siyasi fırsatçılıktan uzak bir şekilde bütün dünyayı mazlumların yanında yer almaya çağırıyor. Göçmenlere karşı olmayı, siyasi sermayeye çevirmeye çalışanlara karşı tek başına güçlü bir mücadele veriyor. Din, millet, ırk ve etnisite ayrımadan yaşayan her insanın aynı fırsat, aynı imkan ve aynı haklara sahip olması için uğraş veriyor. Bunun içindir ki Aylan bebeğin o zihinlerimize kazınan o acı fotoğrafını bu durumdan sorumlu olanların yüzlerine çarpabilen tek lider olarak ortaya çıkıyor. Onların maskelerini indiriyor ve onlara insanlık dersi veriyor. Bu insani ve İslami duruşun verdiği cesaret ve sağladığı güçle tüm insanlığı tehdit altına alan savaş, iklim değişikliği ve pandemi gibi krizlerde sistem buhranının yarattığı karamsarlıkta Türkiye parlayan bir güneş ve bir umut ışığı olarak öne çıkıyor. Cumhurbaşkanımız aynı zamanda küresel anlamda insanlığı ve ailelerimizi tehdit eden ahlaki ve sosyal çarpıklıklarla mücadele konusunda da bütün karanlık lobilerin yarattığı dalgalara set çekiyor, bunun için mücadele ediyor. Cumhurbaşkanımız verdiği bu hakikat ve adalet mücadelesini güçlü bir stratejik çerçeveyle dış politikamızın da merkezine taşıyor. Türkiye bugün temel düsturu adalet ve hakikat, temel hedefi ise herkes için barış ve istikrar olan bir ülke olarak dünyadaki sistemsel buhranda bir pusula gibi çalışıyor adeta. Saygıdeğer Cumhurbaşkanım, değerli misafirler, hiç kuşkusuz yaşadığımız çağ bir iletişim çağıdır, hatta bir dijital çağdır. Gerçek iletişimin, toplumlar arası etkileşimin artmasını beklediğimiz bu çağ ne yazık ki aynı zamanda yalanın ve dezenformasyonun çağı haline gelmiş durumda. Bu çağda küresel güç ilişkilerindeki adaletsizlik, küresel medya sektöründe de kendisini gösteriyor, hatta kendisini yeniden üretiyor. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, zatı devletlerinizin daha adil bir dünya inşa etme vizyonunuz doğrultusunda bizler de adil bir küresel medya ve iletişim ekosistemi için mücadele ediyoruz. Türkiye olarak günümüzün zorluklarını karşılamada hamdolsun her zamankinden daha özgüvenliyiz. Halkımızın dinamizmi sayesinde yeni teknolojik gelişmelere ve ortaya çıkan sorunlara getirilen yenilikçi çözümlere hızla uyum sağlıyoruz. Yapay zeka, insansız hava araçları ve uzay araştırmaları, teknolojileri, çalışmaları gibi alanlarda ciddi kamu ve özel yatırımlarla desteklenen ulusal teknoloji girişimlerimiz iletişim alanında da giderek daha fazla kendisini gösteriyor. Öte yandan medya okuryazarlığını geliştirme ve sosyal medyada dezenformasyonu önleme girişimlerine ciddi yatırımlar yapmaya devam ediyoruz. Gerek ulusal gerek uluslararası alanda bir yandan sahadan gerçek haber ve bilgi üretimini teşvik ediyor, öte yandan dezenformasyon ve kara propaganda faaliyetlerine karşı sistematik şekilde mücadele ediyoruz. Biz şuna inanıyoruz: daha adil, daha müreffeh, daha demokratik bir uluslararası sistem ancak daha sıhhatli bir iletişim ekosisteminin inşasıyla mümkündür. Ve aynı zamanda büyük kırılmaların eşiğindeki dünyamızda krizleri ve dönüşümü yönetmek kapsamlı bir politik vizyona, dirayetli ve kararlı bir siyasal liderliğe ihtiyaç duymaktadır. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, vizyonunuz ve liderliğiniz doğrultusunda Türkiye, iletişim başta olmak üzere tüm alanlarda bu krizleri yönetme, irade ve kapasitesine sahiptir. Nitekim bu forum da bu güçlü iradenin somut yansımalarından bir tanesidir. Ben zat-ı devletlerinize forumumuzu, TRT World Forum 2024'ü teşrif ettiğiniz için şükranlarımı arz ediyorum. Sağ olunuz, var olunuz Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım. Etkinliğin hayata geçmesinde emeği olan bütün çalışma arkadaşlarıma, forumumuza katılan bütün panelistlere, siz katılımcılara çok teşekkür ediyorum. Burada doğan fikirlerin, çözümlerin ve işbirliklerinin iletişim ve diplomasi alanındaki yeni ve adil küresel girişimlere ilham vermesini, daha barışçıl ve müreffeh bir dünya inşasına katkıda bulunmasını temenni ediyor. Bu duygu ve düşüncelerle hepinizi Allah'a emanet ediyorum, hürmet ediyorum.
Sayın Başkanım çok teşekkürler, sağ olun.
Professor Dr. Fahrettin Altun, Head of Communications for the Presidency of Turkey. Thank you so much for
Sayın
that
Başkanım
speech.
çok teşekkürler. Saygıdeğer hanımefendiler ve beyefendiler, bugün için özel olarak hazırlanmış olan bir filmimiz için dikkatinizi arkadaki ekranlara çekmek isteriz.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to have you turn your attention to the screens behind us for the next few minutes.
Defend.
Henüz 6 yaşındaki bir kız çocuğunu gözlerimizin önünde çırpınan yaralı bir serçeyi maalesef kurtaramadık.
Defend free Palestine.
Bundan 70 sene önce nasıl Hitler insanlığın ittifakıyla durdurulmuşsa, Netanyahu ve cinayet şebekesi de insanlığın ittifakıyla durdurulmalıdır.
Defend the humanity.
انتوا املنا الكبير قبلاتي لكل واحد تركي بوزراسه وسلموا على رجب طيب اردوغان والشعباء.
Defend the hope.
Türkiye bölgesinde barışı, huzuru, esenliği isteyen bir ülkedir. Dünya 5'ten büyüktür ve daha adil bir dünya mümkündür.
Defend the justice. Defend the truth. Defend your family.
Halkın gücünün üstünde bir güç ben tanımadım bugüne kadar.
Defend the democracy.
Ya Allah, Bismillah.
Defend the independence.
Birilerinin demir kubbesi varsa bizim de çelik kubbemiz olacak.
Defend your homeland.
Değerli katılımcılar, ufak misafirlerimiz Kudüs'teki zeytin ağaçlarından yapılmış bir tesbih ediyor Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımıza.
Ladies and gentlemen, to honor our president, prayer beads made from the wood of an olive tree grown in the holy city of Jerusalem are being given to our president by our children.
Şimdi siz değerli konuklarımıza hitap etmek üzere Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Cumhurbaşkanı Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın kürsüyü teşriflerini arz ediyorum.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise to welcome to the stage the President of the Republic of Turkey.
Buyurun. TRT World Forum'un kıymetli katılımcıları, iş, medya ve akademi dünyamızın değerli mensupları, saygıdeğer misafirler, sizleri en kalbi duygularımla, saygıyla selamlıyorum. Ülkemizin ve dünyanın farklı yerlerinden forma teşrif eden siz değerli misafirlerimize medeniyetlerin, kültürlerin ve insanların buluşma noktası güzel İstanbul'umuza hoş geldiniz diyorum. Kendi alanında artık bir marka haline gelen TRT World Forum'un bu yıl 8.'si düzenleniyor. Dünyanın geleceğine kayıtsız kalmayan siz değerli katılımcılarla forum vesilesiyle birlikte olmaktan büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyorum. Burada öncelikle bir gerçeği ifade etmek istiyorum. Kamu yayıncımız TRT, sorumlu, toplumun tamamına hitap eden insan ve değer odaklı yayınlarıyla Türkiye'nin yüz akı kurumlarından biridir. TRT World Forum ise dünyanın düşünce iklimine çeşitlilik getiren bir platformdur. TRT World Forum'u yalnızca bir tartışma zemini değil, aynı zamanda dünyanın sorunlarına çözüm arayışlarının somutlaştığı bir irade platformu olarak değerlendiriyoruz. Fikri bir zeminde kritik meselelerin ele alındığı bu platformun her yıl genişleyerek daha çok insana ulaştığını görüyor. Bunu da fevkalade önemsiyoruz. Bu seneki foruma Türkiye ile birlikte 30'u aşkın ülkeden akademisyenin, siyasetçinin, sivil toplum mensubu, gazeteci, iş insanı ve kanaat önderinin iştirak ettiğini öğrendim. İnsanların arasındaki bariyerleri kaldıran bu tip etkinlikler, tüm insanlığın geleceğini etkileyen küresel meselelerin çözümünde kritik önemlidir. Karşılıklı saygıya dayalı ortak bir zeminde ne kadar çok konuşur, ne kadar çok tartışırsak çözümlere de o kadar yaklaşabiliriz. Bu yılki temamız olan kırılma noktasında bir dünya, krizleri ve dönüşümleri yönetmek, dünyanın karşı karşıya olduğu derin sorunları ve dünyanın dönüşümünü tartışmamız gerektiğini açıkça ortaya koyuyor. Bu tema aynı zamanda mevcut sistemin sürdürülemez olduğunu ve insanlığın daha adil bir düzene ihtiyaç duyduğunu da bizlere hatırlatıyor. Forum kapsamında dünyamızı tehdit eden meseleler alanında yetkin isimlerce masaya yatırılacak. Bu meselelerin çözümü için atılması gereken adımlar değerlendirilecek. Teknoloji, jeopolitik, savaş, güvenlik, iklim değişikliği, enerji, ekonomi, medya, yayıncılık, uluslararası hukuk, politika ve diplomasi gibi alanlarda düzenlenecek toplantıların şimdiden hayırlara vesile olmasını diliyorum. Her zaman söylüyoruz. Hakikatin kıvılcımı fikirlerin çarpışmasından ortaya çıkar. Katılımcılarımızın da görüşleriyle forumun çağımızın sancılı meselelerine yeni, yenilikçi ve etkili çözüm yolları sunmasını temenni ediyorum. TRT hem bellektir hem de gelecek anlayışıyla çalışmalarını sürdüren TRT yönetimini ve bu güzel programın düzenlenmesinde emeği geçen herkesi de yürekten tebrik ediyorum. Değerli misafirler, bugün dünya savaşlar, çatışmalar, ihlaller ve eşitsizliklerin pençesinde kıvranmakta. Derin bir vicdan ve liderlik krizinden geçmektedir. Nereye baksak, yüzümüzü nereye çevirsek istikrarsızlık görüyoruz. Dram görüyoruz. Derinleşen adaletsizlikler görüyoruz. Aynı şehrin iki farklı ucunda iki farklı hayat yaşanıyor. Sınır komşusu iki ülkenin birinde refah ve zenginlik hakimken diğerinde milyonlarca insan açlık ve yoksullukla boğuşuyor. Ticaretten diplomasiye, devletler arasındaki rekabet günden güne daha yıkıcı, daha agresif bir hal almaya başlıyor. Umutlarımızı yeşertecek, geleceğe daha ümitvar bakmamızı sağlayacak bütün bu gelişmelerin sayısı giderek azalıyor. Şurası muhakkak ki insanlık bir dönüm noktasındadır. Sadece önümüzdeki 5-10 yılı değil, evlatlarımızın, torunlarımızın da geleceğini etkileyecek mahiyette hadiseler yaşanmaktadır. Gazze'den Ukrayna'ya, Batı Afrika'dan Güney Asya'ya kadar pek çok coğrafyada süregelen insani krizler her seferinde çok daha keskin bir şekilde mevcut dünya düzeninin kırılganlığını gözler önüne sermektedir. Ancak bu krizlerin insanlığın ortak istikbali için daha güçlü bir dayanışma çağrısı olduğu da inkar edilemez bir gerçektir. Hep söylediğim gibi her kriz aynı zamanda bir imkandır. Adalete, barışa, huzura, güvenlik ve istikrara açılan bir fırsat penceresidir. Layıkıyla değerlendirilebilenler için her kriz yeni bir dönemin muştusu, yeni bir başlangıcın öncüsü olma potansiyeline ziyadesiyle sahiptir. İnsanlık tarihine baktığımızda bunun sayısız örneğiyle karşılaşıyoruz. Milyonlarca insanın hayatını kaybettiği İkinci Dünya Savaşı'nın en önemli çıktılarından biri irili ufaklı tüm ülkelerin bir araya gelebildiği en geniş zemin olan Birleşmiş Milletler sisteminin tesisi olmuştur. Peki şu anda bu Birleşmiş Milletler'le devam edebilir miyiz? Hayır. Tamamıyla bu Birleşmiş Milletler'in reforme edilmesi gerekmektedir. Dünya 5 daimi üyenin eline diline bırakılamaz. Süratle bu değişim gerekiyor. 5 daimi üye, 15 geçici üye. Olmaz. Bu şekilde bu dünya yönetilemez. Artık İkinci Dünya Savaşı'nın şartlarında değiliz. Dünya değişti. Değişiyor. Öyleyse bu değişime yönelik ciddi bir değişim şart. Kabullenmezler biliyorum. Ama bu 5 daimi üyeden bir tanesinin 2 dudağı arasına 194 ülkenin kaderi terk edilemez. Bireysel hak ve özgürlükleri güvence altına alan İnsan Hakları Evrensel Beyannamesi'nin kabul edilişi bunlardan bir diğeridir. Ruanda, Srebrenica soykırımlarından sonra insanlığa karşı suçlar, savaş suçları gibi suçların faillerinin yargılanması amacıyla kurulan Uluslararası Ceza Mahkemesi bunlardan bir başkasıdır. 11 Eylül saldırıları sonrasında medeniyetler çatışması senaryolarının yazıldığı bir dönemde İspanya ile birlikte hayata geçirdiğimiz Medeniyetler İttifakı girişimi yine bu anlayışla atılmış tarihi bir adımdır. Bu listeyi daha da uzatabiliriz. Kriz dönemlerinde veya sonrasında benzer acıları, sorunları, çatışmaları, ağır hak ihlallerini bir daha yaşamamak için vücut bulmuş çok sayıda kurum, kuruluş ve inisiyatif bulunuyor. Hiç şüphesiz bunların mevcudiyeti insanlık adına, tüm insanlığın geleceği adına kıymetli birer kazanımdır. Ama bununla birlikte hepimiz gayet iyi biliyoruz ki asıl olan pratiktir, uygulamadır. Milyarlarca dolar bütçesi, on binlerce personeli olan tüm bu kurumların etkinliğidir. Değerli dostlar, Gazze kriziyle bu hakikate hem de çarpıcı bir şekilde tekrar şahitlik ettik. Aynı şekilde 4. yoluna girecek Rusya-Ukrayna savaşı bize kurallara dayalı uluslararası sistemin zayıflığını göstermiştir. Bir defa burada şunu söylemek durumundayım. Gazze'de sadece insani değerler değil, başta Birleşmiş Milletler olmak üzere uluslararası sistemin güvenirliği de sınanmıştır. Ancak Gazze krizinde ne insanlık ne sistem başarılı imtihan verememiştir. Her birinin gerisinde umutlarla dolu bir hayat, büyük bir acı ve insanlık ayıbı olan şu rakamlar karşımızdaki vahim tabloyu ortaya koyuyor. Yavrum, Siyonistlerin burada dili ağzı olma. Aynen Siyonistlerin dili ağzı, gözü olmak suretiyle burayı provoke etmeye ne kadar çalışırsanız çalışın netice alamazsınız. Dünyadaki Siyonistler Tayyip Erdoğan'ın nerede durduğunu çok iyi biliyor. Ama siz hala anlayamamışsınız. Bakınız, kuzeyimizdeki savaşta bugüne kadar bazı tahminlere göre 500.000'a yakın insan hayatını kaybetti. İsrail'in Gazze'ye yönelik saldırıları sonucunda ise 50.000 masum Filistinli tüm dünyanın gözleri önünde hayattan koparıldı. Lübnan'da vefat edenlerin sayısı 4.000'e yaklaşıyor. Gazze'de katledilenlerin %70'ini kadın ve çocuklar oluşturuyor. Yine aynı saldırılarda 100.000'den fazla Gazze'li yaralandı. Şehirler tüm altyapısı ve üst yapısıyla yıkıldı. Saldırılardan önce 2,3 milyon insanın yaşadığı Gazze şeridinde neredeyse ayakta sağlam bina kalmadı. Hastaneler, okullar, ibadethaneler ve daha nice sivil yerleşim yeri vuruldu. Savaş hukukuna ve insancıl hukuka dair ne kadar ilke, prensip, norm, kırmızı çizgi varsa aşıldı, çiğnendi, ayaklar altına alındı. 7 Ekim'den beri Gazze'de öldürülen basın mensubu sayısı 189'dur. Yüzlerce gazeteci yine bu süreçte yaralanmış, kurşunların ve bombaların hedefi olmuştur. Çıplak ayaklarıyla yağmurun, çamurun içinde bir tas çorba için saatlerce sıra bekleyen çocukları gördükçe hepimizin yüreği yaralanıyor. Soruyorum sizlere, vücudunda taş yerine kalp taşıyan herhangi bir kimse böyle bir trajediye sessiz kalabilir mi? İsrail hükümetinin kendi vatandaşlarıyla birlikte bölgede yaşayan herkesin güvenliğini tehlikeye atan saldırganlığı karşısında bundan bize ne diyebilir miyiz? Barış varken, hep birlikte barış içinde yan yana yaşamak varken Allah aşkına bu kan, bu çatışma, bu savaş niye? Eğer bugün harekete geçmezsek ne zaman geçeceğiz? Kıymetli katılımcılar, Gazze'li, Filistinli, Lübnanlı mazlumların acısı hepimizin acısıdır. Öyle de olmalıdır. Zulme rıza zulümdür. Zalimin yanında duran zulmüne de ortak olur. Hukuk önünde hesabı verilmeyen her suç failini daha da pervasızlaştırır. Daha büyük cinayetlerin işlenmesini teşvik eder. Türkiye olarak acı ama doğru olan bu gerçekler temelinde devleti ve milletiyle ilk günden beri Gazze'deki mezalime sesimizi yükseltiyoruz. Üstad Necip Fazıl'dan ilhamla kollarımızı açıp şöyle sesleniyoruz. Durun kalabalıklar, bu cadde çıkmaz sokak. Haykırsam kollarımı makas gibi açarak. Durun, durun, bir dünya iniyor tepemizden. Çatırdılar geliyor karanlık kubbemizden. Evet. Holokost utancı sebebiyle yol verilen bu insanlık faciasının sonu çıkmaz sokaktır. Felakettir. Daha büyük bir dramdır. Türkiye ne yapıyorsa barış için, adalet için, tüm bölgenin güvenliği için yapmaktadır. Ne söylüyorsak tıpkı ecdadımızın 4 asırlık idaresinde olduğu gibi tüm inanç mensuplarının yan yana huzur içinde yaşayabilmesi için söylüyoruz. Bizim hiçbir ülkeye ve millete kategorik olarak düşmanlığımız yok. Sırf farklı bir inançtan, farklı bir kültürden veya kökenden diye kimseye öfke duymuyoruz. Kimseden nefret etmiyoruz. Husumet beslemiyoruz. Biz tarih boyunca ister Musevi, ister Hristiyan olsun, zulme maruz kalan herkese kapısını sonuna kadar açmış bir milletiz. İspanya'dan kovulan 500 bini aşkın Musevi'ye kapısını açan bu millettir. Biz kapımızı açtık. O gün bugündür. Onlar misafirimiz olarak bizimle beraber yaşadılar, yaşıyorlar. Bizim zihin dünyamızda ne mazluma kimliği sorulur, ne zalimin inancına bakılır. Çok açık ve net söylüyorum. Biz tam 420 gündür bölgemizi kan deryasına çeviren bu cinnet halinin artık son bulmasını arzu ve temenni ediyoruz. Uluslararası Ceza Mahkemesi'nin Netanyahu ve Galant hakkında çıkardığı yakalama kararını bu bakımdan çok önemli buluyoruz. İsrail ile Lübnan arasında önceki gün sağlanan ateşkesin de aynı şekilde kalıcı olmasını temenni ediyoruz. Sahada kış şartları daha fazla bastırmadan, daha fazla masum kanı dökülmeden, daha fazla annenin, babanın yüreğine evlat acısı düşmeden, daha fazla çocuk, yetim, öksüz kalmadan, uluslararası kurumlara olan güven daha fazla örselenmeden, velhasıl kurumları ve değerleriyle insanlık daha fazla irtifa kaybetmeden Gazze'de de sürdürülebilir ateşkes bir an önce tesis edilmelidir. Türkiye ilk günden beri bunu savunmuştur. Bugün de aynı yerdedir. Gazze'deki soykırımın durması ve kalıcı barışa giden yolun açılması için değil, elimizi, tüm bedenimizi taşın altına koymaya hazırız. ...29 Kasım Filistin halkıyla Uluslararası Dayanışma Günü münasebetiyle bir kez daha baskıya, işgale ve zulme direnen Filistinli kardeşlerimizin yanında olduğumuzu, haklı davalarına yönelik desteğimizin çok daha güçlü biçimde devam edeceğini burada tekrar ilan ediyorum. Kıymetli dostlar, tabii burada şunu da dile getirmeden geçemeyeceğim. Güdümlü medya kuruluşlarının ikiyüzlü tavırlarına tanık olduğumuz bu bir yılı aşkın süreçte TRT'miz gerek ulusal gerekse uluslararası haber mecralarındaki yayınlarının kahir ekseriyetini Gazze'ye ayırmıştır. TRT saldırıların başladığı ilk günden itibaren Gazze'den dünyaya bir iletişim koridoru açmıştır. TRT bu önemli koridoru her türlü riski göze alarak bugün de açık tutmaya devam ediyor. Büyük bir cesaret örneği olan Kutsal İşgal belgeseliyle TRT'miz Filistin topraklarının nasıl ve hangi motivasyonla gasp edildiğini de anlatmıştır. Fedakarlıkları, cesaretleri ve canları pahasına sürdürdükleri görev aşklarıyla basınımızın yüz akı olan TRT mensuplarını tebrik ediyor. Allah yar ve yardımcıları olsun diyorum. Bu sene kuruluşunun 60. yılını kutlayan TRT'nin geniş bir yelpazede ve farklı mecralarda yürüttüğü çalışmaları yakından takip ediyoruz. TRT'miz bugün 17 televizyon, 17 radyo kanalı, onlarca dijital uygulaması ve diğer çalışmalarıyla kendi alanında ülkemizi layıkıyla temsil ediyor. TRT World ve TRT Arabi'nin yanı sıra 41 dil ve lehçedeki internet ve radyo haberciliğiyle dünya nüfusunun yarısından fazlasına ana dilinde hitap ediyor. İşte bugün bir araya gelmemize vesile olan TRT World Forum gibi etkinliklerle de insanlık adına küresel meselelere hakkaniyet temelinde ortak tartışma zeminleri oluşturuyor. Ülkemizde üretilen dizilerin dünya genelinde neredeyse 1 milyar insana ulaştığı bu dönemde TRT'miz dizi sektörünün de öncülüğünü üstleniyor. TRT yapımı dizilerin bugün 110'dan fazla ülkede 50'yi aşkın dilde yayınlanmasından büyük bir gurur duyduğumuzu ifade etmek isterim. Son haftalarda şu acı gerçeği ülkemiz içinde şahit oluyoruz. Tamamen izlenme kaygısıyla çekilen diziler, filmler ve programlar ne kültürümüze, ne toplumsal barışımıza, ne de değerlerimizin yaşatılmasına hiçbir fayda sağlamıyor. Hatta sırf daha fazla reyting alabilmek için başta kadına ve çocuğa yönelik şiddet olmak üzere şiddetin meşrulaştırıldığını, alkol ve uyuşturucunun özendirildiğini, sapkın ve sapık ilişkilerin normalleştirildiğini görüyoruz. Bu yayınların daha tehlikeli tarafı farklı toplum kesimlerimiz arasındaki müşterek paydayı zayıflatmayı amaçlayan provokatif yayın politikasıdır. Halkımızın mütedeyyin kesimleri bağnaz, cahil, kaba, çirkin gösterilirken daha seküler hayat tarzına sahip olan vatandaşlarımız ise ahlaki zafiyet içindeymiş gibi lanse edilmektedir. İstisnai örnekler üzerinden tüm aile yapımız hedefe konulmakta, toplumun temel direği olan aile adeta kötülüklerin kaynağı olarak yansıtılmaktadır. Bildiğiniz gibi biz zaten Türkiye'nin iktidar partisi olarak LGBT denilen aile düşmanlığı yapıya karşıyız. Açık söylemek gerekirse son dönemde milletimizin sinir uçlarıyla bilerek oynandığını müşahede ediyoruz. Halkımızın farklı kesimlerinde infiale sebep olan televizyon yayınlarının özellikle pıtrak gibi çoğalmasının sebebi kanaatimizce sadece para kazanma hırsıyla da izah edilemez. Bu sonuçları ileriki dönemlerde çıkacak bir sosyal mühendislik projesidir. Türkiye bu tarz toplumsal ve siyasal mühendislik projelerine çok sık maruz kalmış bir ülkedir. Özellikle 28 Şubat'a giden yolun taşlarının nasıl döşendiğini hepimiz gayet iyi hatırlıyoruz. FETÖ'nün medya kuruluşlarının dizileri vasıtasıyla Kürt vatandaşlarımıza yönelik nefret iklimini nasıl körüklediğini de unutmadık. Milletimizin ezeli ve ebedi kardeşliğini dinamitleme girişimlerinde FETÖ daima başı çekmişti. Türkiye'nin Gazze krizinde takip ettiği dik ve dirayetli politikayla birlikte ne tesadüftür ki iç cephemizi sarsmaya yönelik yayınların sayısında da gözle görünür artış olmuştur. Gerek yazılı ve görsel medyada, gerekse sosyal medya mecralarında dozu artan kışkırtıcı yayınların asla masum olmadığına inanıyoruz. Bölgemiz yangın yeriyken, iç kalemizde gedik açmayı hedefleyen her türlü girişimi milli güvenlik zaviyesinden değerlendiriyoruz. Böyle bir atmosferde TRT'mizin ve diğer milli hassasiyetlerle hareket eden medyamızın diziden sinemaya, habercilikten tartışma programlarına özgün, nitelikli, başarılı yapımları evlerimize huzur asla getirmemektedir. Yurt dışına ihraç edilen bu yapımlar sayesinde farklı coğrafyalarda pek çok insan hem Türkçeyi öğrenmekte hem de tarihimizle, kültürümüzle, milli ve manevi değerlerimizle tanışma imkanı bulmaktadır. TRT'yi bu yayınları dolayısıyla da tebrik ediyorum. Bu düşüncelerle TRT World Forum'un hayırlara vesile olmasını diliyorum. Ülkemizin ve dünyanın farklı noktalarından programı teşrif ederek daha adil bir dünyanın tesisi için elini taşın altına koymaktan çekinmeyen tüm katılımcılarımıza şahsım ve milletim adına teşekkür ediyorum. Hepinizi bir kez daha saygı ve muhabbetle selamlıyorum. Kalın sağlıcakla.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, sizi bir süre daha sahnede misafir etmek isteriz. Genel Müdürümüz Sayın Profesör Doktor Mehmet Zahir Sobacı'nın bir takdimi olacak Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımıza. Sayın Genel Müdürüm, ilk başta sizi alalım efendim.
Ladies and gentlemen, please just remain seated. We're going to take a group photo with the President. We'll be calling the appropriate dignitaries as we need, so just be patient, a few minutes' time as we complete our photos. But first, the President will receive a gift from Director
Sayın Genel
General...
Müdürümüz Cumhurbaşkanımıza Bilal Akkaya tarafından tasarlanmış olan bir sanat eseri takdim ediyor. Eser, Müslümanların ilk kıblesi olan Mescid-i Aksa'nın ilham alarak bu kıymetli yapının mimari çizgisini minimal bir üslupla alınmıştır efendim. Şimdi isterseniz bir aile fotoğrafı çektirmek için ilk başta Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Cumhurbaşkanlığı İletişim Başkanı Sayın Profesör Doktor Fahrettin Altun'u sahneye davet etmek isterim efendim.
And please come to the stage. The former President of the Republic of Croatia, Ivo Josipovic. The former President of the Republic of Lithuania, Dalia Grybauskaitė, as well as the Minister of Information from the Republic of Lebanon, Ziad Makari.
İstanbul Valimiz Davut Gül Beyefendi efendim sahneye çağırmak isteriz. TRT Yönetim Kurulu Başkanımızı ve aynı zamanda TRT Yönetim Kurulu üyelerini de sahneye davet etmek isteriz efendim. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımıza, İletişim Başkanımız, Genel Müdürümüz, Yönetim Kurulu Başkanımız, Yönetim Kurulu üyelerine, valimize teşekkür ediyoruz. We'd like to thank the former President of the Republic of Croatia, Ivo Josipovic, the former President of the Republic of Lithuania, Dalia Grybauskaitė, as well as the Minister of Information for the Republic of Lebanon, Mr. Zaid Makari.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short 15-minute coffee break before we begin with our first panel. So please do stay nearby. We'll be speaking about what lies ahead for global democracy after elections in the US and the EU, beginning in 15 minutes' time. global community and globalization. Like Donald Trump, they win support by saying, you know, forget everyone outside of our borders, it's only our own that really matter. And at the same time, they actually criticize the very democratic structures that actually brought them to power. So that's part of what we'll be discussing on this panel today, whether the choices made by those voters in the EU and the US are reinforcing democracies or contributing to their erosion, and what that all means for the future of global politics. So let me introduce my panel. Please welcome to the stage Akif Çağatay Kılıç. He's the Chief Advisor to the Presidency of Turkey on Foreign Policy and Security. Please welcome to the stage the former President of Croatia, Ivo Josipović. Also joining us, Matteo Mecacci, former Director of the OSCE, Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights. And last but not least, Dr. Valeria Gianotta, Director of the CESPI Observatory on Turkey. Thanks all so much for being with us today. Really a diverse, fascinating panel to talk about this topic. So I'll start immediately to my left, Çağatay Kılıç, and I'd like to start actually with your, if I can put it this way, general impressions of what happened in 2024 in the EU and the US over the course of the elections. Was this a trend that you were expecting?
Well, I mean, in politics, you prepare for any variation. So I wouldn't say that it was unexpected in the sense that you have different scenarios and you prepare yourself for what might be and might not be. But did we expect it in this large numbers? No. But you have some signals, if you will, that give about signals that how it's going to be. So in that sense, we are not shocked, but the results, maybe the numbers, are not exactly as we projected.
And let me ask you personally, and I'll ask everyone the same, how it actually left you feeling? Has it brought a sense, you know, an ominous sense to, I mean, some complain about the state of the world right now, having an ominous cloud kind of hanging over it because of results like this?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, the results are, in the end effect, when we're talking about governance and governing, it's the right of the people to vote, and once they have cast their ballot and the result has been achieved, this is what they have decided. So that is the result and the voice of the people that you have to respect and accept. And if there's some change in your attitude or the change in policies that you have to make, you will do them. So in that sense, no. But the crisis that we are facing in the world today, they do not arise only from one cause. They arise from different subjects and different points coming together and creating, if you will, a perfect storm. And that's what we are going through. So we will have to adjust to certain issues, but in no way will be in any way be feeling demoralized or in a negative way. It's just a matter of accepting the results and adapting yourself to the policies and the challenges ahead.
Okay. You seem quite sanguine about all of it, which is somewhat refreshing. Let me ask Professor Josipović if you feel the same. I mean, was this something you expected? Or were you caught a bit by surprise and have that ominous feeling about the way some of these countries are headed?
When we look into history, it's quite obvious for me that in most countries, not in all, left and right policies are switching. We have period of right governments and then left governments. But what is the problem today? Look at this. If we put our right hand very, very right, we put our hand behind our the left as well, and they meet in the same point. This is the same in politics. Extreme left and the extreme right have the same result. Neglect of human rights, democracy, and prosperity. So the problem is that now we are facing, it's not problem that we are facing left or right governments, but the problem is that we are facing in some countries very extremist forces having success at the elections. That's the problem. And it generates problems in human rights, in common politics in the European Union. Up to now, European Union has, let's say, successful attempts to prevent far right to take global power. But who knows what will happen tomorrow? So I think that democratic political parties should do everything to prevent that trend going to extremism.
Okay. Matteo Macacci, your thoughts?
Well, I guess we'll have to see what happens as the result of these elections are now taking shape in the form of government. And I would say that one main indicator that we have to look is whether these new governing powers will continue to abide by the constitutional norms, the rule of law, the independence of judiciary, the freedom of the media, or they will try to change the rules of the game. Because I think that is beyond the rhetoric, what is going to show what is going to be the impact of these elections. Because you may have heard, this rhetoric, the challenging of the, so-called deep state, which in many countries are just democratic institutions. And I think one key indicator in any of these countries is whether the opposition has a fair shot at winning the elections. And actually, if you look at this year, we had a number of countries where the opposition won. In the UK, for example, you had a conservative government, now you have a progressive one. But we have seen it in Pakistan, in Indonesia. And, in political terms, even in the United States, you have the opposition who's winning now. But I would say this is also an indication of the challenges that many governing parties are facing in maintaining powers. Because even in the context of the EU, we have seen the ruling parties generally losing support. And this is a sign, I think, of the fast of the change in our society, which is putting a lot of stress on governments in being able to really answer to the needs of the people who require fast change, maybe faster than in the past.
Okay. The same question for Valeria.
Yes, thank you, Andrea. What I see that there is a sort of common line. If I look at US presidential election and if I look at the European parliamentary election, there are some common points that they brought actually this tendency towards nationalism and towards the center-right and far-right instances into the political and social environment. And I do believe that it has much to do with the main challenges and issues populating the global system, and also the global governance as the system which is today governing us, or is attempting to govern us, wasn't able to provide concrete and sustainable solutions. Therefore, for example, one of the main issues that is common between US and Europe nowadays is much related to migration and this border control and security control as well. It means that we are living in a globalized world, in a world which is populated by many challenges and many issues, and much has to do with some other issues such as instability, war, and the so-called hybrid challenges and the conventional challenges to international system. The global environment, the global governance, the UN, for example, wasn't able to cope or to provide a sustainable solution to this. Therefore, it comes again the sort of legitimacy from the bottom of societies requesting a more nationalistic approach as a sort of tutelage of the individual interests. I mean, US and Europe, I'm coming from Europe, I'm coming from Italy, so it's quite evident that in Europe there is a tendency, if we look at the results of the last June European elections, there is a sort of tendency shifting towards center-right and far-right positions. And this is a signal that the governance has to take in order to provide some solution and some concrete response in coping with the demands of the people. In Europe, for example, there is this huge problem of detachment between the central bureaucracy and the bottom of the society. And this, I do believe, was also the main issue in leading towards the American elections. So it wasn't that much unexpected, but as it said, let's see how it's going. I mean, we are in front of a big challenge nowadays, and let's see how the political elite will be able to cope with that.
Right. I'd like to speak a little further about kind of the future of the EU as an institution, knowing that more and more nation states seem to be wanting to, or at least preaching about pulling away from one kind of central government in the name of their nationalistic interest, but whether or not they really do want to maintain a general European identity through the same institution. But before we go on, let me come back to Akif Çantakılıç, because I'm remembering when people saw the re-election, if we look at the US, the re-election of Donald Trump, and it evoked images of when Donald Trump actually left office in his first term. And the storming of the Capitol on January 6th, for example, what kind of example does that set for democratic institutions, since the US tends to hold itself on a pedestal when it comes to democracies and defining democracy around the world? When you do see those types of images and response to a democratic election with minimal consequences, where do you think that leaves the sense of global democracy for all of us?
I think this is a topic that we have to see in light of all that has been discussed and is happening right now. I mean, why do these scenes, or why do these, let's say, protests? I mean, in the days when it was happening in 2021, of course, we saw it as a different happening and a different result of different things. But the main thing is that sociologically and psychologically, people in the world, yes, it's a global world. Yes, globalization and being together brings us closer together, but it also brings our problems together. When we are looking from the political point stand, left, right, the classical left and right understanding that we have of policies and policy making, it's also differently seen in Europe and in the States. I think it's not the same democracy in the sense that how it reflects in the sociology. What can be seen maybe as being far right in some places is seen as center right in other places. Or what is seen as far left is seen center left in other places. All these mixes come together. And when you put on top of it, unfortunately, a society which is only being informed with 140 characters on some social media platform and is not able or willing to explore what the realities behind it is, and you get these chaotic scenes. We had them in Turkey in the past, and we were being lectured about it from bigger democracies and bigger powers, that what we are experiencing and doing is our own fault. But when it's happening in their own country, it's a bunch of people who do not reflect the general society. Another example of this is, you do remember the terrorist attacks in Norway, when a single terrorist went about and shot more than 70 people on an island in Norway. Breivik or some was his name, I think. The whole world was expecting that guy to connect himself with the Islamic faith. He turned out to be an extremist person, but he turned out to be a Norwegian. But very quickly, the attitude and the concentration shifted from him being Norwegian and in his roots Christian to the point where if he is sane or not sane, in his insanity. Now, all these things that happened in the past build up to a certain place. And when there's trust that is being lost, then these kinds of scenes do happen. What kind of a signal does it send? In today's world, unfortunately, we are experiencing very violent outcries for a lot of things. But as I mentioned before, most of the problems that we are having is from lack of information. What do I mean with that? The uprisings, the reflexes, the violence in the streets sometimes is from a point where the people who come together don't really understand what they are going against. Not saying that some of it is based on correct information, but most of it is based on misinformation and disinformation. And I think that is the problem that a lot of us are facing. And maybe, I think it was today that Australia has put a ban on social media for people who are younger than 16. So I don't know what the details of it are, I just saw a headline. I'm not saying it is right or wrong because I don't have the correct information, but at a certain level, also in the European Council, we have been debating for years now how we are going to address the problem of misinformation, lack of information, or purposely misleading information that is being shared to minds that are still young. Everybody is young, but a younger mind is more affected by these things than older ones. This is something that we cannot disconnect from each other these days. So we have to bring them all together. And I think that would be, to a certain extent, also the projection that we want to achieve in the future.
Okay. Let me ask Professor Josipovic, though, because talking about, trust being lost, a lack of information, from the Croatian perspective, what do you say to those who have maybe lost faith, in a sense, in democracy and how it was supposed to serve them post the collapse of the Soviet Union? With your experience coming out of the Balkans, now seeing a turn to the right and closer to a sense of almost authoritarianism that actually kept them suppressed for so many decades, many would argue, almost empathizing with that again today. What does it say to you about the state of democracy, especially in the Balkans?
Croatia is a transitional country. I would like to say former transitional country, because our transformation was really example of good and efficient transformation of former, you say communist, I will say socialist country to modern democracy. We have our problems, definitely. And like in the other countries, the biggest problem on the political scene everywhere, in Balkans especially, in Balkans, are populism and nationalism. They are feeding each other and growing together, unfortunately. I think some of our neighbors are a clear example for such disaster that I call nationalism and populism. Unfortunately, many of countries, not only in our region but all around the world, shows this weakness of democracy. Because what happens? It happens that nominally democratic institutions turn the code. Media is the best example. So media are outspoken as a basic of democracy, basic part of democracy. But unfortunately, today we have to ask ourselves whether media are still advocating public interest, democratic interest, or they are leading they are motivated by some other motives. And it's especially problem because not all or relevant political forces has appropriate approach to media. So I think we should reconsider how to help media not to run private or exclusively right or exclusively left radical, I had the radical interest, how to be transparent, and how to be part of democratic improvement of our societies. In my country, we had a really good history being included in European Union, making a really important transformation of our society to modern democracy. Definitely we have some problems like the other democracies, definitely. We have also traces of nationalism and populism on our political scene. And it's not our national problem, it's a global problem of democracies. And definitely on the European level, we can see the changes in the result of last elections. Far-right parties, anti-European parties, that's paradox, anti-European parties are members of European Parliament. So for me, one of the most important questions of democracy, not only in Balkans, but also on a global European and global world level, is what will happen with the European Union? Is success of far-right parties going to change essence of European Union? Because primarily, European Union is not economical project, it's peace project. That's very important. It was created under economy title, but basically it's peace project. So now we are facing big differences among members of European Union, and I'm one of very few politicians, now former politicians who advocate not weakening of European Union, but strengthening of European Union. For me, the only successful future for European Union is Constitution of United States of Europe. That's the step that unfortunately is not supported by almost all active politicians, because they are following our wording, national wording, it's better to be first in the village than second in the city. So that's obstacle for development of European Union in direction of United States of Europe.
Okay. It's interesting. By the way, I'm not sure if anyone else is struggling with the sound.
Yeah, sound.
Yeah, it's very difficult to hear. My apologies. But if I'm understanding both of you correctly, you've both alluded to the fact that the media, in a way, has been responsible for eroding democracy. Not all, but some. It's interesting, but let me come to Matteo on the question of, where you see the EU itself going with more and more nation states now kind of turning inwards toward their specific national identities. Do they still want a sort of construct for a European greater good, even if I can put it that way? Or do they think they might be better off incrementally on their own?
Yeah, I think we have to look at these also over the last few years. Let's not forget we had just a few years ago Brexit. Brexit, many people thought could be a sort of final blow to the idea of European Union, and growing discontent also in terms of popular support in EU countries for the project of the European Union itself. But then, a few things happened. For example, COVID happened. And the COVID crisis made many Europeans realize that without common approach, without common policies, there's no common solutions. And this is true, in cases of crisis, when we have seen with COVID, but let's look at the war in Ukraine. Even the response to the war in Ukraine either is European or there's no individual EU countries that can manage, such big challenges. For example, energy. Resources, energy access for each country had to be negotiated at the EU level with other partners worldwide. So I think it is true that the rise of these nationalist and populist parties is a reflection of popular discontent, but this is also part of democracy. I mean, political leaders have to cope with the idea that if people are not supporting them, they are asking for change, they have to take these requests into account. And leading to some of the, let's say, issues which are in the background, it has been mentioned earlier, the issue of immigration, which is also fueling these racist and xenophobic approaches, which are resonating with some of the public. But why are they resonating? There is probably an issue that needs to be dealt at the political level. Immigration is a challenge for many societies. And unless people see that there is an effective response, they will look for alternatives. Now, what will be interesting, and we have already seen in some countries, if these populist parties get to power, what kind of policies will they be able to implement? Will they be able to satisfy the needs of the people? And I think this is something that is going to be interesting, because for EU countries, any of them, now the connections with the economic and financial markets at the EU level is so strong that opting for national solution in some cases just doesn't work. And they may not be able even to implement what they have been professing that they wish to achieve. So I think there are some elements that will need to be seen, but my view is that the push for European integration is already happening at the local and at the citizens level. As Europeans, you can travel and you can work anywhere. I don't think anybody is going to take that away from the citizens. The integration of markets, the common market for companies, is part of the reality. So I think the question is going to be about the political integration and whether the unity among political leadership will be able to be achieved in a moment where clearly it is needed for Europe to be able to deal with geopolitical giants like the United States, China, India, and no individual EU country is able to handle those relationships.
Okay. Valeria, would you agree there?
Yes, I really do agree. I think European Union nowadays it's at a critical point. It has to decide which direction has to take. And here I would like to bring the topic towards Turkey, for example, which is my expertise. For example, how Turkey stands in front of this new European Union. The far-right groups increasing within the European Union. And what will be the future of European Union regarding Turkey and vice versa, looking from Turkey towards European Union. I will say that unfortunately, no matter the far right or the liberal parties or the leftist parties are in power, if we look at the perspective from a negotiation process, so the full accession of Turkey towards the European Union, we are not going anywhere. And this is very sad. And it's not just related to Turkey, because the main critical issue is related still to the pending issues of Cyprus, which was there just right at the beginning of negotiation. So at this point, we are at that point, but there is also a good relations regarding Turkey nowadays. I will call a sort of transactional relations with Turkey regarding security, regarding as well the hot issue that the right parties brought up to the table of European Union. Migration, for example. The far right and the right parties and the government in Europe nowadays are trying to manage irregular migration. They are just adopting more tough controlled security measures. And I do believe that Turkey can play a role in this, in a way that Turkey has been already proving to be a valuable partner to European Union along the so-called refugees agreement signing in 2016. And also regarding, there is another side of the coin, I would like to say, when we speak and when we look from the migration point of view. Because it's true that Turkey was and still is a valuable partner for European Union, but Turkey is still a valuable candidate member to European Union, But despite everything, the center-right and European Union has made the visa issue for Turkish people a bit harder than before. I mean, we are all aware that there are some protests going on in front of some consulates in Istanbul and in Turkey. And also, I do believe that this may provoke, may create a further pocket of tension regarding the so-called visa liberalization for Turkish people, which is something that was proposed already in 2022 along the readmission agreement, and then it was part of the so-called refugees agreement signed in 2016. But then it was made also discretional of some other conditions that the European Union has put on Turkey. So this is just I think Turkey is a very unfortunate example, but it's just a fitting example for telling that this European Union has to decide what to do and also which kind of stance it has to take with some valuable partners it states that they are. By considering as well the security issue that is a turning issue for the European Union nowadays along the Ukrainian and the Russian war, where again Turkey has played a crucial role. And in this brainstorming of the identity of European Union, I do believe that what is necessary for European Union has to create its own apparatus of self-defense and security, and eventually take into account Turkey within a very structured and systematic way and approach.
Okay. Ambassador Kilic, if you want to respond to that, go ahead. If not, go ahead.
Well, it would be a different topic at all. The whole panel probably would eat up that visa issue and other things. But I think when you look at it in a general sense, I do understand your idea regarding a united European Union or a united Europe. But there's a problem regarding security issues and other things. Now, most of the EU members are also NATO members. The practicality of things, the overlapping responsibility would be a negative point regarding our security rather than a positive point. And if we are looking into practical issues regarding the elections of the US, then we have to see that the new administration in the US will probably expect much more burden sharing from their European allies than the current administration in the US, which will bring it to the line that nearly all European Union countries will have to pay more in their NATO responsibilities. And we are sometimes over it, sometimes there, so we are around 2%. When you look at membership in other organizations, if it's even an EU country or not an EU country, Turkey is almost in every area that they're trying to do something. You mentioned Ukraine and the Russian war. It was Turkey that was able to bring together the two sides twice, the warring sides. The war in Gaza, Israel's disregard for human life in Palestine. There has not been a more vocal country than Turkey and the president in speaking about it. Would it have been left to, and I have to be very critical here, although I'm in the position of responsibility, but would have been left to the European Union or our allies in NATO? I don't think that a lot of things would have come to the light.
Okay.
So we are there, we're going to stand there. We are going to have our share of problems with the European Union. But the reality, I think, realistically, if you look to it, Turkey is not the country that sends quite a lot of workers to Germany in the 1960s. We had a per capita income of around $250 then, in the 1960s. Now today we're speaking about $14,000, $15,000. And yes, sometimes there is a visa issue, but there's also a lot of invitations. especially in technology sectors, in defense sectors, in corporations on industrial scales. There's a lot of Turkish companies and Turkish people that are being sought by a lot of European countries, European companies, to cooperate with them.
Yeah. You know what? Let's see if we can, though, move the discussion back to democratic institutions and the idea of global democracy that we launched this panel with. I'll stick with you, Ambassador, actually, just for a minute,
Sure.
because some would say that the results we've been seeing are indicating that we're heading towards the end of globalization as a trade institution, the end of a global community, whereby, as I mentioned in my introduction, you know, immigration has been villainized in large parts of the EU and the United States.
Yes.
Where does that leave a global democracy? Is it even democratic if this is going to be the stance of so many powerful countries?
I don't think we should put one name to everything. When we're talking about democracy, it will have different variations. It will have different applications in different countries. I think it was Winston Churchill, democracy is not the perfect system, but it's the best system that we have. So there's always room for improvement. I think the problem that we're facing is that a certain generation has been brought up with the idea or educated with the idea, and no disrespect to our younger audience here, that certain utopias have been achieved and will be achieved. National pride is something different than from the nationalistic ideals that we're talking about. You can have national pride, but you can also be respectful of your peers or others. So there is this distinction that we have to work on. The rise of a different attitude towards migration, global issues, and I believe that in the Trump administration, protectionism will be much more higher, so trade will be affected by this, and this will have also social repercussions. But the reality of things is that we were also talking of the end of history at some time, and now we are not talking about the end of history. If you're talking the effects certain issues have on humanity, I mean, you mentioned the COVID crisis. It has shown us that borders are not holding back any global challenges as humanity that we are facing. And the worst and the best in us came out in COVID. It's also the same thing with democracy, I believe. A lot of countries, rightly or wrongly, tried to get medical supplies from others. Some resorted to cannibalism. Some stayed the course. But the result was after like 3 or 4 months, everybody was saying, hold on, get your head together. We can only defeat this as the world and not as single countries. This thing doesn't see any borders and doesn't recognize any borders. So maybe you can compare democratic values and democratic approaches in that same way. You know, they won't be the same in all the countries, but they will have a core similarity and a core understanding of issues. So that's something that maybe we have to learn a bit more, respecting each other, also on some issues that are social.
Okay.
Not every socially accepted thing which is correct in one country is correct in the other. And that isn't always a bad thing.
The glass is certainly half full from your perspective. I appreciate that. Professor Josipovic, would you agree?
Firstly, I would like to stress that the democracy is not just free elections. Values are important, probably even more than brilliant and very sophisticated system of elections. Because values are determinated essence of our society, our politics, and our future as well. So, unfortunately, coming back to European Union, it looks that we do not have always the same important values. And that's the problem of European Union as well, because there are several countries with little bit or little more different values than we consider globally in United Europe. That's the problem. The second problem is that now at the world scene, European Union is competing and cooperating with other big powers, especially United States. It's natural ally of European Union. We have Russia, it's now antagonistic country. We have China, which is more antagonistic to United States than to Europe, definitely. And for me, it's the question how European Union can compete in democratic institutions and values, economy, and also in security. And this stage of development of European Union does not allow this. It's not enough. Because, as example, you have members of European Union that don't recognize Kosovo as a state. How it can happen that 1/4 of European countries do not recognize one state in the heart of Europe? That's one important question. Secondly, definitely European Union is dependent on military force from United States. It's not good. I think we should have unified European military forces and the same foreign and security policy. Without that, there will be no European Union tomorrow because we are going to lose the race on economical and political and democratic field. And last 2 years clearly shows weaknesses of European Union that should be corrected. That's very important for me, and that's some kind of checkpoint for any future reform of European Union. And concerning democracy and values, it's very important to have proper education. Because in Balkans, we see that younger generation are even more antagonistic to the other peoples and the religions than their fathers who participated in the war. It's very strange because it's influence of media, because influence of nationalistic politics, it's influence of TVs, radio, newspapers, everyone feeding nationalism. Nationalism is, of course, something different than patriotism and national proudness. I remember Italian song, Toto Cutugno, I'm European, but I'm also Italian. I'm singing because I'm Italian. That's very beautiful song. I like it. And that should be some kind of motivation for all of us. Yes, I'm Croat, but also I'm European. And one of the most important tasks for European Commission, which is not performed properly, is how to build our second identity. To motivate us to be proud because we are Croats, French, German, Italian, or whatever, but also to be proud we are Europeans. I was joking, telling that probably the most important step will be to have a European football team at World Championship. That will be very nice. I will be for Croatia, and my second team will be European one. And it's of course a joke, but building European identity is one of the most important things for me. Thank you.
Okay. We're actually running into our final minutes here, if I'm not mistaken. Don't have a timer. But okay. If Ambassador Kilic is going to be the glasses half full, let me kind of propose a glasses half empty scenario. According to those, Matteo, who say that the erosion of democracy is to some extent a global trend now, and it's arguably similar to what we saw, again, incrementally in the lead up to World War II. To what extent do you see those similarities, if at all?
Well, you were mentioning also earlier, this term global democracy. I mean, I don't think we have a definition of global democracy, but we do have the international rules-based order.
Yes.
So those rules which were adopted after World War II, the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, all the international conventions for civil, political, social rights, women's rights, you know, all those rules have been developed and agreed by almost all the countries of the world, 192. So what we have seen over the last few years, there is an erosion when it comes to the respect of these basic rights. And it's also happening in Europe, not only Europe, you know, many continents, but this is a trend which is happening. And it is worrying because in a world that becomes more globalized, where the answers to the challenges, whether it's war and peace, whether it's economic development, whether it's the protection of the environment. I mean, we just had the, you know, COP29 summit in Azerbaijan with, you know, trying to find solutions to global problems. So the idea that there is a realistic national solutions for any of us to this problem is simply not there. But of course, there are populist leaders who are building on the dissatisfaction of citizens to say, no, I can fix it. You know, we will fix it as Italians, as, you know, Brits, as Hungarians, as Russians, whatever it is. We can find the solutions. It is not the same world of last century. The solutions are not going to be national. And so I think it is a responsibility of all democratic forces to unite and to denounce this, because it is easy to build popular support through fear, you know, through fear of immigration, through, you know, promising what cannot be, you know, done at the economic level, at the national, you know, at the national level. But this is something on which the role of international organization is in a moment of crisis, evidently, but the need for those, in my view, is only growing. It's not going to go away. So if these national leaders will try to find the solutions, they will realize when they are to make decisions that they need to build partnership. You know, on trade, you know, nobody can dictate the rules by itself. Of course, there are countries which are more powerful, others that are less. So, but the idea of dialogue, compromise, and cooperation, I think is the way forward. I don't see any other solution.
Okay. Valeria, your thoughts on the analysis you just heard, and also, I mean, the similar question for you. And one of the other issues that was raised here when it comes to a sense, at least, of a kind of global democracy and a rules-based order is the right of migrants, asylum seekers, refugees, that we've seen Italy take a very strong position on that puts that international rules-based order kind of into question, this global democracy into question, having outsourced asylum seekers and refugees in Albania, for example. It's a global issue. Italy has taken a position on it, for example. How do you see that as well feeding into the idea of a global democracy?
Thank you. You rightly mentioned the case of Italy, and you know this sparked a lot of tension and polarization within Italy as well, because the judiciary confirmed that the outsourcing that the Prime Minister proposed was not fulfilling the legality, so it was not legitimate. I do believe that if we look at the issue from the global perspective, then the institutions, the global institutions are entitled or may think to create a sort of framework, a global framework in order to set the standards for regulating migration and for confronting the irregular migration as well. And this also may prevent a sort of tendency towards populism and too much nationalist approach, which sometimes acts against the law as well. But definitely migration is one of the hot issues nowadays globally that entangle Europe, United States, but all over, also the Middle East, right? I mean, this is a region which is inflamed by tensions and conflict, and as well many people are migrating or trying to escape the wars and the conflict. So I do believe that beside the responsibility at national level, also at the global and international level, we should take action in order to drive, to write down a sort of framework and to set some standards for regulating the migration issue. Also for giving the dignity to the people, which is most important regarding to this.
Indeed. Thank you. As you can see, we're getting a warning here that our time is actually up, so I'd like to thank all four of my panelists so much. Professor Ivo Josipovic, Ambassador Kilic, Matteo Mecacci, and Valeria Gianotta. Thank you so much for being with us on this session.
Fine, New Zealand.
Sayın misafirlerimiz, değerli konuklar, Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Çevre Şehircilik ve İklim Değişikliği Bakanımız Sayın Murat Kurum salonumuzu teşrif etmişlerdir. Kendilerine hoş geldiniz, şeref verdiniz diyoruz.
Hello, good day, everyone. Good evening. I know you might be a bit tired, but we're about to start our second session. We welcome our Turkish officials and TRT World's management to this particular session. This one will be entitled Transforming Tomorrow. Before we start, I would just like to ask, as you enter, please enter quietly. Everyone, testing, 1, 2, 3. Please enter the conference room quietly as we begin this next session. It is entitled Transforming Tomorrow, the Power of Eco-Regeneration. Let's just take a look at this thing. All right, so let's begin. We first have a keynote address from Turkey's Minister of the Environment, Mr. Murat, His Excellency Mr. Murat Kurum. He is Minister of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. We welcome you, sir, on stage to give your keynote address.
Saygıdeğer katılımcılar, sevgili gençler, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, dünyanın en büyük medya zirvelerinden biri olan TRT World Forum'unda sizlerle bir arada olmaktan dolayı büyük bir mutluluk duyuyorum. Bu yıl 8.'si düzenlenen forum nedeniyle ülkemizin gururu, TRT ailesini başta Genel Müdürümüz olmak üzere tüm TRT çalışanlarını, özellikle de TRT World'ü canı gönülden tebrik ediyorum. 30'dan fazla ülkeden teşrif eden, gelen, gerçekten şuradaki koridordaki heyecanıyla bizi de heyecanlandıran siz değerli misafirlerimize, sevgili gençlerimize, dünyanın göz bebeği İstanbul'umuza hoş geldiniz diyorum ve hepinizi saygıyla, hürmetle selamlıyorum. Kıymetli misafirler, bugün kırılma noktasında olan bir dünya için krizlerin nasıl yönetebileceğimizi hep birlikte tartışıyoruz. Evet, dünyamız yaratılışından bugüne belki de en zor, en meşakkatli dönemlerinden birini yaşamaktadır. Orta Doğu ve Akdeniz çevresindeki gerilimlerle, İsrail eliyle Gazze'de sürdürülen korkunç soykırımla, Rusya-Ukrayna savaşıyla gelen acılarla boğuşan bir dünyamız var. Bunların yanında iklim krizinin getirdiği sorunlarla küresel bir yıkımın tam eşiğinde, hatta tam ortasında duruyoruz. Bu noktada doğamızın kendi kendine yenileyebilme kapasitesini konuşmamız bu konferansta gerçekten çok kıymetli, çok değerli. Ben bu salondaki tüm katılımcılarla iklim krizinin insan eliyle oluştuğu konusunda hemfikir olduğumuzu düşünüyorum. Zira baktığınızda tüm bilimsel çalışmalar iklim değişiminin başlangıç noktası olarak sanayi devrimini işaret etmektedir. Ben de bu ortak kanaati paylaşıyorum ama sanayi devrimiyle başlayan kirlenmenin sadece bir sebep olduğunu değil, insanlığın çarpık doğa anlayışının bir sonucu olduğunu düşünüyorum. Hepimizin kabul edeceği üzere iklim değişikliği konusunda mevzu bahis doğadır, insandır. Ortak evimiz dünyamızdır. Bu sebepten doğa ve insan arasındaki ilişkiyi doğru tanımlamadan atacağımız her adımı orada parçalı olacağını ve bütünü kapsamayacağını düşünüyoruz. Mesele doğa-insan uyumu olduğunda başvuru kaynağımız doğrudan doğruya aslında medeniyetimizdir, kültürümüzdür. Türk İslam medeniyetinin değerli arkadaşlar doğaya ve insana bakışıdır. Bizim medeniyetimiz 4 mevsimin gereklerine en uygun şekilde yurt tutmayı emreden, dağların, ormanların, denizlerin, hayvanların ve bitkilerin doğal durumuna müdahale etmeyen, tek bir dalı bile incitmeyi suç sayan bir medeniyettir. Biz yüzyıllar boyunca kekliğin sesine, kekiğin kokusuna göre yuva kurmuş, rüzgarın, yağmurun ve karın canlı birer varlık olduğuna inanmış ve dost bilmiş bir milletiz. Dünyanın karanlık çağlar olarak nitelendirdiği 14. ve 15. yüzyılda bitkilerin haklarının üzerlerine eserler yazmış ilmi tecrübenin temsilcileriyiz. Duyanlar olmuştur. Kanuni Sultan Süleyman Topkapı Sarayı'ndaki ağaçları karıncalar basınca çözüm bulmak için kadıya başvuruyor. Kadı ise cevaben sakın karıncaları öldürme. Çünkü yarın hakkın divanına varınca senden hakkını alır karınca diyerek karıncaların öldürülmesine izin vermiyor. İşte insanlık dünya için olumlu bir adım atmak istiyorsa öncelikle bu tecrübeyi tanımalıdır. Doğayı bir ham madde değil, kardeş olarak görmeli, doğanın efendisi değil, hizmetkarı olduğunu artık anlamalıdır. Açık ve net ifade etmek istiyorum. İnsanlık bu anladığı, bu süreci gerçekten benimsediği nispette başarıya ulaşacaktır. İklim krizini durdurabilecek gücü ancak bu şekilde ortaya çıkarabiliriz. Diğer türlü asla ve asla sonuca ulaşamayız. Biz Türkiye olarak her politika ve eylemimizde bu şuurla, bu bilinçle hareket ediyoruz. Cumhurbaşkanımız Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın tüm dünyaya ilan ettiği, özellikle de geride bırakılmış ülkelerde büyük bir heyecan oluşturan sözleri de bu şuurumuzun en yüksek sesi olmuştur. Ve şimdi biz de İstanbul'umuzdan, Fatih'in emaneti İstanbul'dan tüm dünyaya bir kez daha Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın insanlığa sunduğu adil gelecek vizyonunu ifade etmekten burada şeref duyuyoruz. Evet. Evet, doğasıyla, çevresiyle, ekonomisiyle, demokrasisiyle, insan haklarına saygısıyla daha adil bir dünya mümkündür ve bu adil dünya bir gün mutlaka kurulacaktır. Değerli misafirler, Türkiye Akdeniz Havzası'nda yer alan ve iklim krizinden en çok etkilenen ülkelerden bir tanesidir. Bunu da yaşadığımız afetlerle şehirlerimizde görüyor ve bu afetlerden etkilenerek hem insanımızın can ve mal varlığına, şehirlerimizin altyapısına zarar verdiğine de şahitlik ediyoruz. Bu topraklarda her yıl 1500'e yakın sel, orman yangını, su taşkını ve kuraklık gibi iklim kaynaklı doğal afetler yaşanmaktadır. Ve bu nedenle de aslında forumumuzun ana teması olan iklim ve enerji başlıklarını çalışmalarımızın, projelerimizin merkezine konumlandırıyoruz. Bildiğiniz gibi enerji sektörü sera gazlarının %70'inden fazlasına sahip bir sektördür. Ülkemizde geçtiğimiz 10 yıllık süreçte yenilenebilir enerji kapasitemizi 2 katına çıkardık. Ve önümüzdeki 10 yıl içinde güneş ve rüzgar enerjisi kapasitemizi 4 kat daha arttıracağız ve emisyonların yaklaşık diğer taraftan baktığınızda 3'te 2'si şehirlerimizde gerçekleşiyor ve bu nedenle ulaştırma ve yapılaşma konularında da yenilikçi çözümler atmaya devam ediyoruz. Biliyorsunuz 6 Şubat'ta asrın felaketini yaşadık. 11 ilimizi, 14 milyon vatandaşımızı etkileyen ve 6 Şubat sabahı tüm Türkiye'yi derin acılara götüren o afette binlerce canımızı yitirdik. Ama tek yürek olduk. 11 ilimizde asrın birlikteliğini göstererek 453 bin konutun inşa ve yapım faaliyetlerini sıfır atık uyumlu ve enerji verimli uygulamalarla inşa etmeye devam ediyoruz. İnşallah yarın da Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın teşrifleriyle Kahramanmaraş'ımızda 155 bininci konutumuzun anahtarlarını söz verdiğimiz gibi vatandaşlarımıza teslim edeceğiz. Tabii ki şehirlerimizi ihya ederken, depremdeki konutlarımızın dönüşümünü gerçekleştirirken bu konutların iklim değişikliğine uyumlu ve duyarlı olmasını da ayrı bir şekilde önemsiyoruz. Sıfır atık anlayışıyla binalarımızı inşa ediyor. Gerek yenilenebilir enerjilerden faydalanmak, gerekse yağmur sularının toplanmasıyla birlikte ham maddeyi yani tüketimi azaltacak ve o doğanın bize emanet ettiği o doğanın suyunu, havasını, yeşilini koruyacak adımları atmaya gayret gösteriyoruz. Ve bu çerçevede kentsel ulaşımda metro, hafif raylı ve tramvay sistemlerimizi de 2 katına çıkarmak için yoğun bir gayret gösteriyoruz. Değerli arkadaşlar, tabii ki bir taraftan emisyonların azaltımını gerçekleştirirken diğer taraftan da şehirlerimizdeki yutak alanların sayısını, miktarını arttırıyor ve bu çerçevede 77 milyon metrekare büyüklüğe sahip 521 millet bahçesi projemizi ve yine şehirlerde mikro mobiliteyi arttıracak, bu manada şehirlerin emisyon değerlerini düşürecek 2000 kilometre bisiklet yolları ağımızı da yine kentsel ısı azalarının azaltılması anlayışıyla yeşil şehirler vizyonumuza uygun bir şekilde hayata geçirmeye gayret gösteriyoruz. Sıfır atık hareketi ki gerçekten çok önemsediğimiz, artık doğanın dengesini tamamen değiştiğini gördüğümüzde ve kaynakların sınırsız olmadığı bilinciyle, anlayışıyla tüm atıklarımızı dönüştürmek durumundayız. Ve bu atıkları dönüştürerek ekonomiye kazandırmak durumundayız. Ve bu çerçevede de sıfır atık hareketimizde çok önemli adımlar atıyoruz. Ama sıfır atığın önemini daha iyi anlayabilmeniz için çarpıcı bir gerçeği sizlerle burada paylaşmak istiyorum. Değerli arkadaşlar, konuşmama başlayalı yaklaşık 10 dakika oldu. Bu geçen 10 dakikada dünyamızda toplam 5.900 ton plastik atık oluştu. Ve 370 ton atık da okyanuslara karıştı. 20 deniz kuşu ve 2 kaplumbağa maalesef şu 10 dakika içerisinde öldü ve yine bu 10 dakikada 77 hektar ormanlık alan yok olmuştur. Ve en acısı da şu geçen 10 dakika içinde çöpe attığımız 25.000 ton gıdayla tam 2.2 milyon Gazze'li kardeşimizin bir haftalık gıda ihtiyacını çöpe atmış olmamızdır. İşte sıfır atık projesi, Sayın Emine Erdoğan hanımefendinin himayelerinde yürüttüğümüz bu projemiz ve seferberliğimiz çerçevesinde bu acı tabloyu durdurmanın yegane yolu ve insanlığı aslında bu küresel israf uçurumundan kurtarmanın yine en önemli adımıdır. Bugün sıfır atık küresel bir çevre hareketine dönüşmüş ve Birleşmiş Milletler nezdinde de kabul edilmiş, birçok ülkenin altına imza attığı ve bu çerçevede artık seferberliğin dünya çapında dalga dalga büyüdüğü bir hareket haline gelmiştir. Türkiye'de bu kapsamda 193 bin binada sıfır atık yönetim sistemini kurmuş ve toplamda 60 milyon ton atığı geri kazandırmış ve bu çerçevede de değerli arkadaşlar tam 498 milyon ağacın kesilmesinin önüne geçilmiştir. Şimdi yeni dönemde sıfır atık hareketimizi inşallah birçok başka adımlarımızı atmak suretiyle tüm ülke geneline yaygınlaştıracağız ve 7 bölgemizde sıfır atık pilot ilçeleri belirleyerek depozito yönetim sistemi kurulumunu ülke genelinde inşallah 2025 yılı sonuna kadar uygulamaya geçireceğiz. Saydığım tüm bu adımların daha anlamlı hale gelmesinin yolu ise işte tarihteki bu attığımız iklim kanunuyla birlikte bu süreçteki tüm projelerin aslında tamamlayıcısı olacak iklim kanunumuzun Gazi Meclis'ten geçmesi olacaktır. İnşallah bu yıl içerisinde iklim kanunumuz Gazi Meclisimizde yürürlüğe girerek yasalaşmasını ve bu çerçevede atacağımız tüm adımların aslında destekleyici bir kanun olarak bu manada gerek finansa erişim, gerek iklim değişikliğine uyum, gerekse iklim değişikliği noktasında azaltım faaliyetlerine destek olacak adımlarımızı atmamıza bize fayda sağlayacaktır. Değerli katılımcılar, aramızda iklim bilimciler var, uzmanlar ve çevre aktivistleri var ve işte sizlerin de yakından takip ettiği gibi geçtiğimiz 2 hafta boyunca Can Azerbaycan'da COP29 toplantılarına katıldık. Burada tüm dünya ülkelerinin geldiği, iklim değişikliğiyle Birleşmiş Milletler Çerçeve Sözleşmesi kapsamında burada bu mücadeleye ilişkin projelerin, hayallerin paylaşıldığı çok önemli bir toplantıyı gerçekleştirdik. Biz de ülke olarak burada Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın liderliğiyle, teşrifleriyle Can Azerbaycan'a gittik ve 2053'e ilişkin stratejilerimizi, hedeflerimizi tüm dünyayla paylaştık. Burada Türkiye olarak iklim krizinin maliyetini bu krizin oluşmasında en ufak katkısı olmayan devletlere yüklemenin adaletsizlik, vicdansızlık, insafsızlık olduğunu en yüksek sesle dile getirdik. Dünyanın en zengin %1'lik kesiminin en yoksul %66'lık kesiminden daha fazla karbon salınımına neden olduğu bir ortamda bu adaletsizliğin devam etmemesi gerektiğini de en gür sesle tüm dünyaya ilettik ve bu tezimizi savunduk. Şimdi buradan bir kez daha diyorum ki şayet insanlık doğanın yeniden kendisini toparlamasını istiyorsa o zaman finansal destek meselesini süratle çözmelidir ve herkes verdiği sözü acilen yerine getirmelidir. Tarihsel sorumluluklara baktığınızda Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Devleti'nin değerli arkadaşlar tarihsel sorumluluğu yok denecek kadar azdır. Yani dünyanın kirletilmesinde Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Devleti'nin suçu neredeyse yoktur. Ama bugün uğraştığımız işte 1,5 derece santigrat derecede tutmaya çalıştığımız ortalama sıcaklığımız için bu mücadeleyi veriyoruz. Böyle bir konferansa yurt dışında katıldığımda orada bir aktivistimiz, bir genç kardeşimiz ada ülkesinde yaşadığını, buzulların eridiğini ve bu buzulların erimesiyle birlikte ortalama sıcaklığın artmasıyla birlikte ülkesinin yok olma tehlikesiyle karşı karşıya olduğunu ifade ettiler. Ve acilen orada tüm dünya ülkelerine tedbir alınmasını, orada artık oynadığı yeşil alanların, eski evinin, hatıraların olduğu köyünün, ilçesinin yok olma tehlikesiyle karşı karşıya kaldığını gür bir sesle ifade etti. Evet, belki birçok gencimizin hatıralarının yaşandığı o şehirleri, o evleri, o oyun oynadığı yeşil alanlar yok olma tehlikesiyle karşı karşıya. Bu kötü gidişata hep birlikte dur demek zorundayız. Bu kötü gidişatı durduracak son nesil değerli arkadaşlar sizlersiniz. Ve eğer biz acilen bu tedbirleri almazsak, acilen işte dünyada oluşan o emisyonları azaltmazsak, bizim belki de birçok kardeşimizin yaşayacağı bir ülke maalesef kalmayacak. Bakın çok açık söylüyorum. Şu andaki iklim finans düzeyine baktığınızda dünyanın karşılaştığı sorunun büyüklüğü düşünüldüğünde bu finans maalesef çok gerilerdedir. Yani finansal destekleri sunacak olan ülkeler adeta yanan bir eve bardakla su dökmektedir. Ve inanın değerli arkadaşlar, iklim finansmanı meselesi adil bir seviyeye ulaşmadıkça bu yangın daha da büyüyecektir. Umuyorum ki COP29 toplantısındaki Bakü İklim Birliği Paktı kararları, burada alınan kararlar hızla uygulanır ve ortak evimiz dünyamızı hızla iyileştirir diyorum. Ve gerçekten bugünün dünyasına baktığımızda çok zor şartlarda yaşayan, konuşmamın başında da ifade ettim. Maalesef işte hemen yanı başımızda Gazze'de büyük bir dram var. Biz iklim değişikliğinden, yenilenebilir enerjiden, burada şehirlerin ihyasından bahsederken orada Gazze'li çocuklar katlediliyor. Ve işte Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın liderliğiyle tüm Türkiye adil bir dünya için, Filistin'in özgürlüğü için, Filistinli kardeşlerimizin gür sesi olmaya devam ediyor. Bakın çok net söylüyorum. Bugün Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Devleti İsrail'le ilişkisini tamamen dondurmuş ve tüm dünya ülkelerine baktığınızda Filistinli kardeşlerine en çok yardım yapan ülkedir. Ve bu kararlılığımızdan, bu duruşumuzdan asla ve asla ödün vermeyeceğiz. Ne pahasına olursa olsun Filistinli kardeşlerimizin yanında durmaya devam edeceğiz. Ve Filistin'in özgürlüğünü, dünyanın 5'ten büyük olduğunu Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımız her yerde dile getirmeye devam edecek diyorum ve bu toplantının dünyanın özgürleşmesi, dünyanın güzelleşmesi adına vesile olmasını yine temenni ediyor. Buraya gelen tüm genç kardeşlerimi tebrik ediyorum. Buraya katılan tüm katılımcılarımıza başarılar diliyor. Sizleri bir kez daha sevgiyle, saygıyla, hürmetle selamlıyorum. Değerli arkadaşlar, buradan Maraş'ta yarın Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın da katılımlarıyla bir tören yapacağız ve 155.000. konutumuzun anahtarlarını teslim edeceğiz. O yüzden ben programın bitişini bekleyemeyeceğim. Müsaadenizle aranızdan ayrılacağım. Tekrar tüm katılımcılarımıza teşekkür ediyorum ve başarılar diliyorum. Sağ olun.
There you have it. Mr. Honorable Minister, thank you so much. The Honorable Minister of Environment, Mr. Murat Kurum. One more round of applause, please, for him. A reminder of the solidarity that is required to defeat some of the world's greatest challenges. Obviously, we cannot fight these challenges alone. No country or region can do these by themselves. So as the Minister leaves, I will take a moment to just remind you this next panel is called Transforming Tomorrow, the Power of Eco-Regeneration. Just in a moment, we will call up our panelists. All right, let's do so right now. Firstly, he is a senior general manager at international business, EKI Energy Services. Bhuwan Shukla, please make it to the stage. Next, we have Christopher Decky. He's Manager Global Climate Cooperation of the Environmental Defense Fund. Great seeing you. Professor Oktay Tanrısever. He's a professor at the Middle East Technical University. And last but not least, we have Stephen John Cahill. He is representative and country director of the United Nations World Food Programme Turkey Country Office. It's a pleasure seeing you guys. I know we had a chat outside before we started, so we're well acquainted. I hope you guys feel all right. I mean, the climate issue is obviously an important one. One of the most important of our time, frankly. Many people think it is an existential crisis. Some, not so much. There's quite a bit of climate skepticism these days. I do want to start by just mentioning there have been numerous climate conferences over the past month. Right now, there's the Global Plastics Treaty that's happening in Bhutan, South Korea. Just before that, last week, was the COP29 climate conference that took place in Baku, Azerbaijan, which the minister just mentioned. Just at the end of October, there was the COP16 Biodiversity Summit. My first question, are there too many climate conferences? Anyone can take this one. Are there too many? Go for it, Christopher.
Well, I wouldn't want to presume to have all the answers and go first, but I work primarily in multilateral engagement in the environmental defense.
Might want to go a bit closer to your mic.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Is that better? Sorry, I'm short, so I hate to lead up. So I work primarily in multilateral engagement in the Environmental Defense Fund, and we engage in all of these key conferences, the multilateral negotiations around the CBD COP, COP16, which you mentioned was in Colombia, the UNFCCC COP, which was in Baku a week or so ago, and then the upcoming COP16 on the combating desertification, so another COP. This is the year of the COP trio, the Rio trio as we call it. And so the question is, are there too many COPs? Are there too many climate conventions? Are there too many climate meetings? I don't think that's necessarily the case, because at one point in the 90s, the world got together and thought that we needed to have these conventions, these treaties, these international agreements dealing with very specific issues of the environment. The question really is not, do we have too many meetings? Are we doing enough synergies? One of the big outcomes of these COPs this year, especially COP16 in Cali, was to promote the synergies process, to make sure that the national implementation of each of these conventions is actually happening in an efficient, synergistic, meaningful way, that the policies that are being put forward around biodiversity, around climate change, around combating desertification, are integrated and not happening in silos. So I think that's really the better way of thinking about it, Reagan, because these are international agreements that need to be implemented in an integrated way to make sure that each aspect of them is actually having an impact at the local and national level.
One of the criticisms out of COP29 and during that conference as well was that there was no synergy. There is no collaboration between the rich and the poor, the wealthy, the developing countries. There was a lot of anger, a lot of frustration out of COP29. It ended with an agreement that half of the planet did not like and thought was pushed through without their consent. One of the questions that was asked at COP29 was, are climate conferences becoming redundant if they no longer serve the entire planet? Can anyone respond to that? Stephen?
So I would say that, as an organization who's at the sharp end of climate change, that there is definitely a disconnect. I mean, we see now today the direct link between climate change and migration, climate change and conflict, and climate change and hunger. So we actually see that today. We see 72 million people being pushed into poverty in 2023, directly linked to climate change. So these are things that we are actually seeing on the ground, and I think that's the disconnect that we see. We see these are the people who have affected climate change in the least way possible, but are feeling the effect more than anybody else. And there needs to be a step up from the world to say that we understand where this is coming from and who it is affecting most. And without that understanding, things are going to get worse, which we just can't accept today.
You brought up climate migration. It will be a big issue in coming decades, with an estimated 1 billion people who will be believed to be forced to move from their homes because of greater, stronger weather, more erratic weather. Bhuwan, you are from India, which just experienced its monsoon season. Every year, hundreds of people die because of these floods and landslides. What do you think the impact of greater, stronger monsoons would have on people in India, and specifically on the topic of climate migration?
Yeah, as you rightly mentioned, so these kind of natural disasters, these are kind of increasing year by year. Obviously, floods are something which is a predominant effect across country in India, especially in the northern part, as well as sometimes in the eastern part of India. Again, climate change, what we have seen, is one of the major contributor to these kind of floods and landslides and all this stuff. But if you are not kind of working in the right direction, as you mentioned, the high monsoon, like what could be the reason for that high monsoon, or that kind of, non-normal monsoons? Those are the things which kind of, these are directly related with the climate change effects, which are being kind of experienced globally now, not only in India. We have seen recently in Spain as well, a huge flood which has kind of killed more than 300 people. So yeah, these kind of things which we need to see right now from the lens of climate change, I would say. Also in terms of the impact on the desertification, obviously people are kind of forced to shift from their base places to other places. For example, people right now in the northern part of India, which is the more of a mountaineer part, people now are kind of coming down the slope, maybe moving to the different cities in terms of just to avoid those kind of mishaps coming in the next few years. So this is something which we need to think of. I think this is what I can see right now from that climate change lens.
And sticking to the topic of climate migration, Turkey has one of the largest populations of refugees on the planet. What do you think a flood of climate refugees will do for Turkey, its economy, its people? What do you think might happen?
Yeah, I think countries like Turkey, they need to achieve transition to low carbon economy. This is the way to solve these challenges, meet these challenges, because Turkey is dependent on fossil fuel imports from other countries, and it needs to reduce the amount of these fossil fuels and increase the share of renewable energy. Plus clean energy. In that sense, nuclear energy is quite important for Turkey, because in order to facilitate increase in renewable energy, wind, solar, and others, you need to provide base electricity for these facilities that could be provided either by coal-powered plants or by nuclear plant. This is the reason why Turkey started its first plant, which will be operational next year. I mean, at least the first part of the project will be completed. This will increase Turkey's capacity to generate more renewable energy. Countries like Turkey has advantage in increasing the renewable energy in terms of the...
Oksana, let me just ask you to pull your mic a bit closer to you as well. Pull your mic a bit closer to you.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
Yeah. Sunlight, in terms of sunlight, in terms of capacity for wind, I think, and also geothermal energy, Turkey's potential is great. It has been developing this capacity, but it takes time. And also, Turkey is learning from this experience, aligning its strategy with the EU. Turkey is a member of Customs Union, so European Green Deal is quite important for Turkey. In that sense, Turkey's success in aligning its energy strategy with the broader Green Deal framework enables Turkey to export this experience to neighboring countries in the Caucasus, in Central Asia, Middle East, and North Africa. By achieving this transition to low-carbon economy, Turkey is also developing its technology. The private sector, joint ventures with international investors, they all increase Turkey's capacity to generate more renewable energy. I think compared to, let's say, early 2000s, Turkey is in a better position now to deal with these challenges, but there is a long way to go. It's a process.
All right. Thank you for that. Just a reminder, this topic is Transforming Tomorrow, the Power of Eco-Regeneration. Let's talk about regeneration, eco-regeneration. Resilience is obviously quite important when it comes to how we withstand climate disasters and recover from them. Buwan, how do you think eco-regeneration principles can be applied to enhance community resilience?
Yeah, I think, see, if you understand the word eco-regeneration, it basically prominently depends on the biodiversity. That is the major pillar of, any kind of eco-regeneration. When I talk about biodiversity, it contributes or it contains all the elements, right? Whether it is your forest or your soil, your, which kind of power you are using in your communities. So the first one is definitely, in terms of restoring the ecosystem is the first priority, I would say, in terms of the principle for eco-generation. Second thing I would say, it's, more dependent on the communities. You have to be very cohesive in terms of communities. When you talk about conserving our biodiversity, right, you need people support. So any kind of project or any kind of initiative is not possible unless until the local communities are involved. So we need to involve the local communities more and more in the decision making. That is the most important part of any kind of initiative which can kind of save planet or avoid climate change. Third thing is, I would say, economic resilience. Again, we talk about community, we talk about forest and soil, but unless until there are economics or there's the capital is involved, these projects or these efforts are not possible. So at the same time, the local community should also get back from their efforts which they are putting in terms of these kind of projects. So yeah, their well-being is important, their economical development is important, upliftment of their lifestyle, livelihood is important. That is again part. Fourth part is obviously the climate resilience. People need to understand how this climate is impacting them, right? You gave a very good example of the floods, right? These floods were not very common maybe 20, 25 years back, even in India or in other parts of the world. What has kind of resulted in terms of increasing numbers of these kind of floods? Obviously cutting of trees, bad management of the overall soil and as well as the forests around those places. So people need to understand how does this small things affect them in a larger way. So that is again one of the very important parts to bring in that climate awareness within the communities. And the final part I would say, health and well-being, which absolutely comes along with these efforts. If you are kind of driving all the top four things together, definitely the health and the well-being of these communities will improve. So all these principles have to work together to kind of make that mechanism to work automatically.
Climate finance is a huge topic this year. The carbon market is a system, a new financial system that allows countries to buy and sell, I guess, the carbons that they do not emit. When you talk about defending biodiversity, do you think, is India welcoming the carbon market to help it not emit so much or appear as though it's not emitting so much carbon?
Yes, absolutely. So in terms of when you talk about the carbon markets globally, one very good thing happened in COP29 was the approval of Article 6, right, which was pending for almost 9 years, or almost a decade. So what this article basically enables countries to do is to, to develop projects for their own NDCs in other parts of the world as well as within the country, right? And if you talk about India, yes, we are definitely looking at it as a very strong point in terms of achieving our committed numbers in terms of reduction of the emissions. That is the reason, you might have heard that India is also coming up with its own ETS, which is the emission trading scheme within India. That would actually, kind of bound businesses, which are the higher emitting businesses, to achieve a certain level of emission reduction in their yearly emissions. And if they are not able to do that, then they have to, buy those carbon credits from the companies who are having the negative emissions. So in this way, India is definitely looking forward a lot. And this Article 6 is a welcoming, approval of Article 6 is a welcoming step for India's overall ambition in terms of reducing carbon.
All right, so obviously policy is quite important if the carbon market system is to work. Christopher, you work at the Environmental Defense Fund. Effective policy is obviously crucial for environmental progress. What specific policy frameworks or reforms does your organization prioritize to advance eco-regeneration?
Well, something that EDF is working on a lot right now has to do with methane abatement. Methane is a really potent greenhouse gas. It's actually 80 times more powerful than CO2 when it comes to trapping heat in the atmosphere. And we've identified some quick wins when it comes to actually preventing methane from leaking out of oil and gas operations and from farms and ranches, dairy farms, for example, where lots of methane is often emitted. So something that we've been pushing now through the COP28 presidency, so the UAE, the last COP presidency in the climate process, and also with over 50 national oil companies, is the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter, working with these companies to kind of seize on these quick wins of preventing the leakage of methane, to kind of prevent some of those more harmful greenhouse gases from seeping into the atmosphere, and also then supporting them in terms of policies and finance to make sure that they're able to actually go about and do that. In addition, EDF recently, this year actually, launched what's called the Methane Sat, which is a satellite now in space that is able to kind of measure and collect data on actual methane leaks and emissions from different parts of the world. So we see this as really a really quick way of kind of preventing some of the worst impacts of methane emissions, while also allowing countries to kind of act quickly on dealing with some of their mitigation issues from their energy sector.
Is carbon capture technology under consideration in your, how do you approach this topic? It's a bit controversial. What is your organization's thoughts on it as it pertains to, I guess, controlling methane emissions?
Well, carbon capture technology certainly is quite controversial. I mean, there are a lot of organizations out there that do quite a lot on it. Our organization does not do too much on that. You know, there are those who really see it as almost like a panacea, a way of dealing with some of the worst impacts of our carbon emissions, allowing kind of an expansion of oil and gas and fossil fuel, you know, pulling the fossil fuels out of the ground and then also making sure to kind of capture some of that. But EDF itself doesn't necessarily do too much on that. We prefer to see how we can transform economies, kind of do the quick wins around the methane abatement, but also start the transitions towards a more clean, fuel-efficient economies, using clean energy to kind of power our lives and livelihoods, and not necessarily focus on things like that. So
interesting.
Yeah, the controversy of it is still quite palpable, I think, in our sector.
Stephen, as part of the UN, you have access, I think, to information and statistics that the regular person does not have access to. You know a lot more about what we face. What do you think is the single threat that climate change poses to the regular person?
I wouldn't say I'd answer for the regular person. I'd say we answer for the poorest people in the world, those people who are most in need, who are most affected by this. So we're very concerned about what's going to happen with global food prices. If food prices go up, it means that people need more money to buy the same food. It means that we need, as an organization which feeds 123 million people a year, we need more money to feed the same people, very simply put. So we're very concerned about, you know, global food prices and how we stabilize them, right? At the same time, recognizing that farmers need to earn a living as well. So how do you get that balance between both those sides? And that's some of the work that we do in Turkey as well. We buy more from Turkey than any other country in the world to feed places like Gaza, Yemen, Sudan, South Sudan, and Syria. And we can only do that because there is an efficient system here. But we really want to see, you know, we're spending over the last 2 years almost $500 million on Turkish food going around the world. It's instrumental to what we're going to do. If there's an impact on that, the impact on the people we feed would be devastating, literally devastating. So we have an extremely strong motivation to make sure that climate change is minimized, because if it is not, the work that we do, which we're trying to minimize, is going to grow astronomically.
I'm glad you brought Gaza up. We are seeing atrocity at levels many of us have never seen ever in our lifetime, not only because of the massive numbers of people that die there on a daily basis, but we also see the earth, the soil, the biodiversity just being lost from these bombs. The asbestos alone, it is poisoning the soil to an extent that we are still yet to comprehend. What type of eco-regeneration systems or practices can be applied to protect and, I guess, rejuvenate the soil there when the war ends in Gaza?
So I think it's a great question that when it ends, and it will end one day, of course. But today, you know, again, we go back to, we're moving so much food from Turkey into Gaza at the moment. It's instrumental for what we're doing, and we need to keep that moving. That cannot be interrupted in any way, because the effects on people who are literally weeks away from starvation will be catastrophic. But the next
the day after, as we call it as well. But we see it in Syria today, which we couldn't have imagined 10 years ago. We're doing irrigation now plans in Syria. We're doing irrigation plans across the Sahel. We've rehabilitated 370,000 hectares of land across. And the great thing about that is not just rehabilitation, it means that people can feed themselves. It means that farmers can go to market. It means that localization, local food production for local people actually matters, and WFP steps away. So there are signs, but first and foremost in Gaza, we need peace.
Farmers, you mentioned farmers, they're obviously a bedrock in every society. Without them, there's no food. I'm supposing, or guessing rather, the UN has systems in place to support farmers who need assistance more than anyone else, I guess.
Completely. And the irony is that those farmers who are producing so much food are some of the poorest people in the world. They're the ones who are most at risk of climate change. Bad rains, irregular rains, droughts. We see now, an added number of monsoons or irregular monsoon seasons in the Indian subcontinent. In Bangladesh, we did a forward cash advance to people to allow them to prepare for those type of emergencies. So we do have mechanisms. We're also working with, for example, climate risk insurance, which we provide to about 5 million people across the globe, which means that in case for farmers that there is a low rains, the insurance market can step in. And this is my really main point, is that this needs the private sector. And I was just talking with Buwan before, and we didn't think we had anything in common, yet we saw that work in Malawi that they're doing on stoves for the same people that we're supporting stops deforestation, which allows people then to work better, reduces climate risk, all of those things. And that's only if the private sector and the humanitarian sector work much closer together.
Oktay, you mentioned Turkey as a leader many countries can learn from. I've seen the Karapanar solar power plant. It is impressive. Upon kilometers of solar power panels that supplies energy to many people in Konya. When it comes to the farmers, though, what can the world learn from the way Turkey supports local farmers?
I think the new technologies are quite important in terms of irrigation systems, and I think the satellite technology and the use of new technologies would contribute to this more regeneration strategies. But Turkey has been reforming the agricultural strategy to fit the needs of environment-friendly transition.
We just have a few minutes left. I do want to talk a bit about the Global Plastics Treaty that's happening right now. The problem of plastic waste is not quite often talked about in the media or ever really. We talk a bit about it on TRT World on our climate series, Just 2 Degrees, but it is a huge problem. What do you think is at the core of this battle between whether or not we should recycle versus we should stop producing plastics? Anyone? Which would you choose? Stop producing plastics or create more systems that allow us to recycle a lot more and a lot faster?
I can take that.
Go for it.
Obviously, stopping plastic won't be a solution, a permanent solution, I would say, because what is happening, see, if you look at the history of plastic, what it has brought to the world and to the people is, number one is, in terms of ease of availability of the stuff which you want to use. Second is slight reduction in the cost, vis-a-vis if you're talking about metals or, ores which are coming out of the earth surface. But yes, as the use of plastic increased, the pollution also increased, the plastic waste pollution I'm talking about. And recycling is the only way, I would say, in the immediate future, which can provide a solution to this problem. Stopping plastic overnight won't be a practical solution, I would say, though it can be a possible solution in a longer run, but not in the immediate future. But yes, recycling is something which you can start as soon as today, right? And people are doing that. And For the same thing, to incentivize those kind of initiatives, there are plastic credits available, right, through certain registries who are providing plastic credits to the corporates who can offset their plastic usage. But yes, overall, this is a serious concern, I would say, globally. I have been watching a lot of videos and posts in terms of how much plastic is impacting the oceans in the larger way. Oceans, again, that comes back to the biodiversity part. If you are like polluting oceans, you are polluting a large part of the earth. Definitely we should stop this, and recycling, I see, is the front and foremost solution for this right now.
Before I go, just to raise the hands, anyone agrees that we should stop producing plastics? Raise of hands. Wow, 2. So who, 3, okay, 5, 6. Who prefers that we just create more technology to recycle more? All right, got it. Thank you so much. We'll wrap this up now. We've just 6 seconds left. All right, so Bhuwan Shukla, Christopher Decky, Oktay, Towner Sever, Stephen Cahill, thank you so much for your time. Round of applause for them, please. We appreciate your contribution here on TRT World Forum. Don't go anywhere. Coming up right now, my colleague Ali Jean Ayenla has his own panel. We will not have a coffee break because we are behind time. Ali Jean will have a very dynamic conversation right now. Ali Jean, where are you? He's coming up right now. So just stay where you are. Thank you so much. You guys. Good luck. Thank you so much.
How's the session?
It was fine.
Yeah?
Yeah. Have a good time.
Hello? Yeah, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We're just waiting on one of our panelists to arrive, so as soon as we complete the group of 4 panelists, we'll be introducing our panel in just a moment. Thank you for your patience. We'll be with you in just a minute, okay? And in that time, we'll actually just get the stage ready. We're going to clear the podium, right? Okay. Okay. Come on. Okay. I think we can start now, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to, first of all, thank you for your patience. I'd like to welcome you to the day's third and last public session, Turkey's Path Forward, Fostering Dialogue and Containing Global Crises. We have a short intro. Okay, it was literally a short intro. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our panelists to the stage here at the 2024 TRT World Forum. I'd first like to invite to the stage, and mind you, we're going in alphabetical order. So Mr. Bruno Masayesh. Bruno, thank you very much. I'd like to invite to the stage the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Republic of Turkey, Professor Dr. Burhanettin Duran. Next up is Matthew Bryza. Matthew Bryza is a board member for the Jamestown Foundation. Matthew Bryza is also a former White House and senior staff State Department official. Thank you, Matthew, good to see you. Thank you. And finally, I'd like to invite to the stage Dr. Natalie Tocci. She is the director of the Istituto Affari Internazionali. Previously, she served as the special advisor to the EU High Representatives, both Federica Mogherini and Josep Borrell, where she authored the European Global Strategy. Welcome to all of you. Let's take our seats. I'm not going to waste too much time because one of the most, or let's say two of the most valuable commodities at conferences like this is coffee. Since we've skipped the coffee break, we can actually have more time. So let's kick it off. And I'd like to start off with you, Professor Burhanettin Duran. You and I had the pleasure of actually being on the same panel last year.
My pleasure as well.
You have a new title this year, and I think I was going to do a short intro in terms of the history of Turkey's diplomatic evolution, and I said I can't do better than you. So since you are the most qualified, if you can sort of set the stage for us in terms of highlighting some of the diplomatic initiatives that Turkey has taken, especially under the leadership of President Erdogan.
Well, thank you, Alican. Well, of course, Turkey is playing an increasingly active role in this peace-building efforts and diplomatic initiatives. And this is mainly because of President Erdogan's strong leadership and his proactive diplomacy in the last 2 decades. Well, I can tell you that this is basically related to leadership diplomacy concept. You know, President Erdogan has some engagement with world leaders, and this is making him very credible as a prominent pioneer of peaceful resolution of conflicts, from the Russian-Ukraine war to Ethiopian and Somali problem. So this is, I can tell you that the first aspect is leadership diplomacy. And the second one, of course, which is very related to President Erdogan's understanding of international system, there are 2 aspects to that. One is Turkey is trying to strengthen institutional mechanisms for peaceful affairs. I mean, you know, in mediation issues, Turkey is leading with Finland some mediation efforts regarding the UN, OICE, OCI. These are the very critical aspects that Turkey tries to strengthen institutional mechanisms. And the second one is Turkey's criticism towards the UN system. As you know, President Erdogan is speaking in a high voice about the reform of the UN system. The world is bigger than 5, or we need a fairer world. So maybe the third aspect is about Turkey's policy regarding the surrounding regions. Turkey tries to provide stability and security in the neighboring countries, and also in the African continent it is the same. And all of these three aspects, which are influencing Turkey's international role as an influential actor. I mean, I see that when I visit African capitals, all these countries are regarding Turkey as a new influential actor, because Turkey tries to provide stability and security for their countries, and this is based on win-win approach. And many diplomats are telling us that we need Turkey much more than before, and Turkey is trying to change the atmosphere, political atmosphere, international atmosphere for the African countries. So these are very related to Turkey's mediation efforts and diplomatic initiatives under President Erdogan.
We're definitely going to follow up on the UN thing, but because President Erdogan, as you all remember, during his opening speech, he had some quite powerful comments when it comes to the permanent 5 members, but I'll ask you in just a bit. Natalie, Professor Duran was talking about, he made a reference to, we need Turkey more than ever. When you look at sort of Turkey's membership in various international organizations, let's just put NATO out there for a second. What do you think its implications are in terms of its role as being a mediator in global crises?
So let me make 2 sets of remarks. I mean, the first is more relevant to Turkey and its foreign policy, and the second as it relates to the EU, especially at this point in time in which enlargement is really coming back on the agenda. So I think as far as Turkey's foreign policy, what is most interesting to me is the way in which more than other European countries, and I specify other European countries of which Turkey is one, its foreign policy has had the ability to read, to adapt, and at times even to anticipate changes in the international system. So, the old story of the Cold War and the way in which Turkey was a bulwark against Soviet expansionism during the Cold War. The period of, the liberal international order, the end of the Cold War, the end of history, and the way in which Turkey opened up, right? I mean, its foreign policy was premised on openness. It was premised on the idea that interdependence, free trade, both looking at the South and looking at the East, and of course continuing to look to the West, was really a premise of its foreign policy. And the way in which indeed it was precisely in this period that its association with the European Union transformed into a process of accession to the European Union. Then you basically go through, and this is where it really starts becoming more innovative to the extent that it starts anticipating the times. I would say that whereas the rest of Europe didn't quite see the way in which we were passing the peak of the unipolar moment and entering, in a sense, a world of multipolarity, Turkey in many respects anticipated that, right? I mean, it started understanding that power was shifting within the international system, and so its foreign policy adapted correspondingly. Now we're at a time in which I'm not even sure we can call it multipolarity. It is a time of fracture. It's a time of fracture between the global West and the global East, as well as between the global North and the global South. So in this context of fracture, what is the role that Turkey is playing? 2 points on opportunities and perhaps two challenges. On the two opportunities, one was already being mentioned by Burhanettin, and it is basically the point of mediation, right? I mean, if you are at a time of fracture, the role that a country like Turkey can play is precisely that of mediating. And there have been plenty of examples as of late, the Black Sea Grain Initiative, the prisoners exchange deals between Russia and Ukraine. So it is clear that there is a potential role to be played there. I think on top of it, in a world which is not quite multipolar, but in many respects is kind of non-polar, and in which the role of the global south, and in particular what I would define as the power south, is emerging, Turkey is one of those players, right? And is really kind of using that potential leverage not to fit in either one camp or the other. But there are two challenges, and this is really where I wanted to end. The first really has to do with the fact that interdependence, on which Turkey's foreign policy was premised, is no longer as attractive as it once was, right? I mean, it used to be considered a source of prosperity, perhaps not quite a guarantee of peace, but at the very least, a factor that could mitigate the most extreme manifestations of conflict. That world has gone, right? Interdependence today is viewed much more as a potential security threat. What role can Turkey play, given that it belongs to a power south, and given that much of its growth was actually premised on leveraging those interdependencies? What role can Turkey play in saving, you know, not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, right? Saving what was good of that open world. So that's one challenge and question mark. And the second is, and it goes back to this question of mediation, what role can Turkey play in those conflicts where it risks becoming entangled in the dynamics of the conflict itself? And let me just make one example, which is not the one you're thinking of, and it actually has to do with the Caucasus, right? Here we are in a world in which, and I'd love them to hear also Matt's views on this, but here we are in a world in which one particular conflict has kind of settled into a new equilibrium. But we haven't quite clinched a peace deal, right? And obviously I'm talking about Armenia and Azerbaijan. What is the role that Turkey could play, not to remain entangled within that conflict dynamic, but actually being part of and perhaps even pushing its friend and ally Azerbaijan to make and capitalize, in a sense, on the deal that it could make, and not, may I add, make the same mistake that Armenia made for 30 years, not capitalizing on its victory when it was on the winning side of the equation. So that's, to me, in a sense, the challenge that I'd like to ask, put on the table. But perhaps, given that you were asking me about EU accession, a very, very final note on that. It is very clear that EU accession is back on the agenda. And it is very clear that it has been revived by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And what this means is that what has revived the enlargement process is a security/strategic rationale, which is a different rationale from the one in which Turkey was part of, right? When it had momentum in its own accession process. It was a different world, right? So, in a sense, Turkey now finds itself both with an opportunity but also with a bit of a problem. The opportunity because obviously it has, and I think it was implicit in your question, a lot to bring strategically, right? Yeah. So if the enlargement process is driven by a geostrategic logic, Turkey, given its role in Europe and in the world, can actually bring something to the table. However, if it's a security rationale which is driving enlargement, in a sense, Turkey doesn't really need it, right? Yeah. Let me sort of make the obvious case here. In the case of Ukraine and Moldova, it's their non-membership of NATO which makes EU membership, in a sense, a surrogate, right? Not quite the same, but a surrogate. Turkey doesn't need that, yeah? I mean, there isn't that same security imperative which is eventually driving a revival of its own enlargement process. So, in what way can both Brussels and Ankara, on the one hand, leverage a rationale which is reviving enlargement, which is geostrategic in nature, but on the other hand, not fall into the trap of the fact that given that it isn't security that is eventually driving Turkey's membership of the European Union, not capitalizing on that momentum which is actually being revived now.
And that's something that we'll follow with Professor Duran in just a bit. But since you mentioned, or one of the things that you mentioned was the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, I think it's a perfect time to bring in Matthew Bryza. For those of you, if you don't know, Matthew Bryza served as the U.S. ambassador to Azerbaijan a while ago. Matthew, Natalie was also talking about the conflict in Russia, between Russia and Ukraine. Talk to me about how unique it is for Turkey to be maintaining a relationship with its Western allies, but also its non-Western allies, and what Natalie was also saying, being a member of the Global South, the Global Power Group. So it's unique.
Yeah, it's really unusual, and I think a result of incredibly skillful diplomacy and strategic vision, to be honest. In Washington, we used to, by the way, I was also the mediator of the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, so I visited Armenia a hell of a lot as well. And we often didn't appreciate the strategic vision that Turkey showed, because often Turkey speaks quietly and acts and does things. So in the case of Azerbaijan, Armenia, and the Second Karabakh War, there wasn't a lot of rhetoric out of Turkey, but it provided critical, not only drone support, but tactics, and helping the Azerbaijani side understand how to bring together both drone capacity to develop real-time intelligence, and then use standoff weapons to have an impact on the battlefield. So there wasn't a lot of rhetoric, there was action. When it comes to Russia's invasion of Ukraine and how, the role Turkey has played, it is unique. I mean, coming from a Washington background, though I've lived here the last 13 years, Washington often expects NATO allies sort of to follow its lead, right? And so if the United States has decided that it's going to impose sanctions on Russia, and the other NATO allies have, there's an expectation that Turkey will as well. But quietly, Ankara was able to do much more. Ankara was able to express very strong support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, continuously has condemned the invasion, but has not joined sanctions. Turkey also provided crucial military technical support to Ukraine, especially in the beginning. I mean, one reason why Russia was unable to capture Kyiv in the early days of its invasion was thanks to the TB2 drones of Turkey that played a crucial role on the battlefield. And Turkey has done more to help Ukraine militarily. But it also has kept the channels of communication open to Moscow. It's avoided harsh rhetoric, it's avoided excessive condemnation, and President Erdogan has cultivated the ability to talk to Putin when need be. And as Natalie said, that has resulted in something great. That resulted in the grain deal in July of 2022. That resulted in one of the largest prisoner exchanges in recent decades, when 26 detainees or prisoners were swapped, including one very close friend of mine, Vladimir Kara-Murza, but also Evan Gershkovich, the journalist, and the former head, or the head of Memorial Human Rights Group, Oleg Orel. And so what happened in those situations was Ankara, Turkey remained anchored in the West and in NATO. I mean, Turkey has NATO's second largest military. It's the only military, by the way, that has confronted Russia on the battlefield that I can remember ever, and that happened in Idlib when Russia was violating the protection agreement that it had agreed with Turkey. Russia was doing that together with Assad's forces, led to an aerial strike by Russian forces and Assad's forces on Turkish troops. Some were killed. Turkey responded in a decisive way that stabilized for a long time that conflict. There haven't been those sorts of clashes since. So Turkey has proven skillful at, okay, standing on principle, supporting the territorial integrity of Ukraine, but not overdoing it. Keeping the channels of communication open with Russia, even though sometimes Turkey has felt a need to use military force as a tool of diplomacy. Because remember, as von Clausewitz taught us all, war is a continuation of politics by other means. So military capabilities, when used appropriately, are tools of diplomacy. They're tools shaping the negotiating outcome of whatever the conflict is. So in the case of Ukraine, yeah, these accomplishments I just mentioned are Yeah, they're unique in my experience. And that's been the result of a combination of, yes, in the background, extreme military capability, 2, standing on principle, but 3, avoiding excessive and confrontational rhetoric while finally keeping the communication channels open with the national leader. So they're in Turkey has remained a strong member of NATO, but sort of sometimes crosses the expected lines when it comes to communication, and that's proven to be quite valuable.
Matthew, thank you. Bruno, thank you for your patience. I do have to apologize to you. Sort of in the heat of the moment, I forgot to sort of introduce you. I just said your name and I called you up on stage. Bruno is the former Secretary of State for Europe in Portugal. You're also with the Flint Global, a senior advisor there. You've authored many acclaimed books, and you also advise some leading companies, some of the world's leading companies when it comes to geopolitics. Since we're talking about geopolitics, is it just geography that puts Turkey in this unique positions? I'm wondering if you could sort of maybe perhaps expand on some of the factors that actually gives Turkey this title.
Yeah, it isn't just geography. It may not even be the most important factor. I think it's a lot to do with history. It has a lot to do with culture. It has a lot to do with a certain understanding of politics. Let me give a few examples. I think one of the fundamental roles that Turkey has been playing is to be a kind of gadfly to the West. And by gadfly, I mean a critical conscience, which the West is in dire need of at the moment. And I think this is possible because historically, for centuries, Turkey has played this role of being both inside and outside. And in order to be a critical consciousness, you need to have that position. So we've seen over the past year and 3 months what President Erdogan called not just the mass killing of children, but the destruction of the world legal system as it exists. And the past week or 2 were a good example of this. I just came back from Berlin at a conference very similar to this one, talked to a number of German decision makers. None of them was very clear about where Germany is going to fall on the question of the ICC arrest warrant. I couldn't get any of them to tell me that they will, in fact, they are ready to arrest Netanyahu if he visits Germany. But think about it. A country like Germany that was founded on, it's in the Constitution, in the Federal Constitution from 1949, that was founded on the principles of international humanitarian law, is now ready to jettison all those principles in the name of we know not what, but in some sense just a kind of collective mania that stops the country from understanding what it is and where the world is. This I know, I won't go into more details, but it's an example of where we are. And clearly the role of Turkey over the past year has been precisely calling attention to these grave moral, political, and legal failings that we have in the West. I think Turkey was ready to do this because, in fact, he had been calling attention to these problems for a long time. I think historically, culturally, Turkey is not as attracted by the idea of a civilizational war as people perhaps in Europe and the United States are. Look, I have been extremely critical of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I consider it a barbaric, unjustified act. But I have a little trouble understanding why we so quickly concluded that it was not possible to talk to Russia. That it was not possible to have any kind of contacts. I used to travel to Russia a lot, and I'm not embarrassed to admit it, because if you write about geopolitics, you have to meet people and travel to places. But, you know, I stopped, but everyone who used to do it was immediately criticized, as if it is some kind of sin to try to understand things on the ground. And obviously, every Western politician until 2 weeks ago stopped all kind of contact. I think Turkey understands that the world is made of people you like, people you don't like. It will always be like that. Talking to someone does not mean that you approve of his or her actions. But if your mental framework is that we are in a civilizational war and the other side will eventually disappear and we'll move to a world where we can all agree, then it is some kind of sin to slow down the process by having contacts with the other side. So I think this different framework also allowed Turkey to play a different kind of role. And finally, very quickly, there is this combination of words and action, because I always like to remember that it was in fact Turkey that started to contain and balance Russian power. It wasn't the speeches at Western think tanks, it was Turkey's actions in Syria and Turkey's actions in the Caucasus that provided a very necessary balance to Russian power. Russian power was too dominant in the Caucasus and threatened to overrun Syria. And in that case, it wasn't Europe, it wasn't the United States. It was a kind of, in some respects, small-scale interventions, but that provided some kind of balance. We'll see what happens in Syria today and tomorrow. But some kind of balance that I think prevented the worst possible outcomes, particularly in Syria. So there was also, I think, a cultural understanding that words by themselves are not enough. They have to be combined with action. But action in a world that is always going to be divided, that is always going to be fragmented, and where this hope that we're all going to become the same is a misguided hope. I think it's better understood here that it is a misguided hope or illusion, let me call it that.
Mr. Deputy Minister, Bruno was mentioning, Turkey is both on the inside, it's both on the outside. The world is made up of people that you like. It's also made up of the people that you don't like. As a senior member of the Turkish state when it comes to foreign policy, if you could maybe talk about how the country navigates or perhaps balances this complex dynamics when it comes to maintaining relationships with your neighbors on the one hand, but also being a mediator when it comes to global crises. It seems it can be a difficult balancing act.
Sure. Well, you're right. It's a difficult and complicated diplomatic effort. Well, first of all, thank you for Natalie and Matthew and Bruno for mentioning different aspects of Turkey's uniqueness of the Turkey's policies. Well, just to understand how unique is this, I have to mention some aspects of Turkish foreign policy by referring to some examples. First, Turkey tries to promote some new concepts which are presented as solutions to the growing problems of the international system. Like what? Like regional ownership. Turkey wants to see the paramountcy of regional ownership in the surrounding regions. That's why we are having good relations at the same time with both together with the Balkans or the South Caucasus and Middle East and North Africa at the same time. And we are trying to strike a balance between Ukraine and Russia. Actually, we are not neutral. We are supporting the territorial integrity of Ukraine. We have good strategic relations, but at the same time, we are not applying the sanction imposed unilaterally on Russia. Yeah. So this is something new. How could be done? Turkey actually tries to manifest a new kind of understanding that is composed of adaptability to the changing conditions I mean, there is a new world coming. That is asymmetric multipolarity. And you have to deal with the challenges coming from this reality. And in the last 2 decades, Turkey is trying to deal with all of them, from terrorism to migration, or some conflicts over trade issues, supply chains, energy issue. All of them are related to Turkey in any way, in different ways.
Yeah.
So you have to be resilient. And that is something that I want to mention here, adaptability and resilience. And you have to create some new forms of multilateralism and regionalism. Yes, you may have some, international organizations, but they are not working properly. You cannot get rid of them. You have to strengthen them by criticizing them at the same time. That's the way Turkey tries to do. But at the same time, Turkey's involvement in terms of hard power is very specific and some policy-oriented. Just to give an example, in Libya and Karabakh, Turkey was successful enough in turning this involvement into something stable, secure, and mutually benefiting. I mean, this should be an act of stability, not an act of any other further conflicts. We are seeing this in Libya. Now we are, of course, for the national government, a unity government, but at the same time, we are trying to bring East and West in Libya together. Although we were a part of the West side, we were supporting the West. So that's an example. It is the same in South Caucasus. Yes, we supported Azerbaijan in Karabakh, but at the same time, we are trying to turn this into a kind of peace and stability in the region. So this kind of dynamism is also manifested in our normalization with different countries from the Gulf and from Egypt. So we are promoting this normalization into new partnership, that we are coming together and we understand each other much more than before. So this is, in a way, a response to the coming chaotic, multipolar world. So, of course, Turkey cannot solve all of these problems. But this represents a new model for dealing with the coming chaotic world. So that is the way this dynamism, this resilience, this actually elasticity in terms of forming new policies, all of them are the real secrets of the uniqueness for Turkey's foreign policy. That's why we can strike a balance, a mediation role between Russia and Ukraine, or Ethiopia and Somalia. We are not neutral, but we can establish trust and confidence, and then we know our limits, our capacity, but we are there for strengthening their capacity to solve their problems. We know our limits, we know our capacity, but we are there for also their own interests. Yeah. Not just we are trying to divert the issue just only for our benefits. I believe that this is something out of the experience of the 2 decades under the leadership of President Erdogan.
Matthew, I know that you want to follow up.
Yeah, I'm sorry to step out of line, but to make it interactive, you, Mr. Deputy Minister, triggered something in my mind that's very practical. I spend most of my time now in the business world and at the intersection, as I was telling Natalie, of geopolitics and business. And so my company was very interested in Somaliland. And there's a deep water port there, and Ethiopia now has reached an agreement, right, whereby with Somaliland, where Ethiopia will recognize Somaliland's independence in exchange for access to this port. Ethiopia lost its access to the sea when it lost Eritrea, right? And this port in Somaliland, that is a really important point. I mean, it's at the gates of the Red Sea, right next to the Bandar al-Mandab Strait. That's where the Houthis have wreaked havoc on shipping. So some of the people in my company said, well, it would be very advantageous to us if we could support Somalia in its quest for independence. And I said, oh, but wait. I live in Turkey. Turkey has worked so hard to develop a strategic relationship with Somalia. Somaliland, as the name suggests, is a breakaway region of Somalia. President Erdogan, right, he was the first non-African head of state to visit Somalia in like 20 years.
In 2011.
In 2011. And after that, Turkey has trained military forces, the elite forces in Somalia, offered all sorts of economic assistance. So I said to my colleagues, no. Don't even think about this project we could do in Somaliland because it's, where I live, Ankara is going to be really angry. And then what happened? Turkey then tried to broker understanding between Somalia and Ethiopia. So tried to tone down the tensions and from a very pragmatic point of view, make it work for everybody. So in Washington, where I spent so much of my professional life growing up, there is a sense now that when Turkey is acting, especially in the Eastern Mediterranean, it's being aggressive or confrontational. But this example shows, no, of course Turkey is pursuing its strategic interest in the Horn of Africa, but it's also trying to quiet down the tensions. Even if it looks like a particular step like Somaliland's independence could be against the interests of Turkey's core friend in the Horn, which is Somalia.
But in Washington, it may be perceived as an aggressive policy, but the deputy minister talked about resilience, talked about adaptiveness. I think another adjective that he used was elasticity. And these are all sort of very important characteristics to have in diplomacy. But it's not the only one in a country's sort of arsenal when it comes to sort of exerting force on the international stage. We briefly talked about it, and I think there is an economic angle to a lot of these conflicts that Turkey is playing a mediating role. Talk to me about the importance about that, besides diplomacy, using economy as a tool. Matthew, maybe briefly start off with you, and then we'll go to you, Natalie.
Sure. I mean, the way I got my start in this part of the world was energy pipelines, oil and gas pipelines from Azerbaijan through Georgia here to Turkey, which eventually became, at least the natural gas part, the Southern Corridor. Which, by the way, it took a long time for our friends, especially in Berlin, but also throughout Europe, to embrace, because they thought the approach was going to be too confrontational toward Russia. But Ankara, Turkey having fought more wars against Russia than against any other country, dating back to the Ottoman period, understands that you have to find a way to be firm and pursue your interests, whether or not Russia likes it, but not in a confrontational way. So we quietly but decisively for years, Ankara, Washington, Tbilisi, Baku, simply kept moving forward, developing with the companies and countries these huge multi-billion-dollar investments that exist today that are highly profitable and that have bound those countries together also with European allies in Italy, for example, via the Trans-Adriatic pipeline under the Adriatic Sea.
Yeah.
Pass the ball to Italy.
Yeah, like TANAP, the middle corridor. How do these all sort of play in terms of exerting influence?
I mean, look, let me put it in these terms. I mean, the way in which, and I love the way in which Bruno sort of characterized it as, sort of a country that, is kind of in and out, right? It's neither nor, right? Or it's either, both this and that, yeah? Which is probably a better way of putting it. I think this has, and I think it's important to emphasize, on the one hand, it has real potential value, and we've talked about this, right? I mean, it has the value of dialogue, it has the value of mediation, it has the value of connectivity, and this is where the story of infrastructure, for instance, comes in. But I think it's important to also emphasize that there are risks. I mean, it's an uncomfortable position to be in. It's far more comfortable to be either in one camp or in the other, right? I mean, when you are straddling, you're constantly uncomfortable by definition. And what is that discomfort, or rather, what are the risks? And I think it's important to also talk about the risks. There is the risk of transactionalism, right? I mean, you know, not choosing could end up being interpreted as openness and dialogue, but it could also end up being interpreted as kind of opportunism and transactionalism. And let me give you another example, which is not related to Turkey at all. Germany, right? I mean, sort of Bruno was talking about Germany in another context, talking particularly in reference to the Middle East. Let's talk about Germany. Let's go back, you know, 10 years ago. And think about the way in which, for instance, Germany was trying to understand itself and talk about why it was pursuing Nord Stream 2. It would have talked about it, you know, let's rewind back 10 years ago, it would have talked about it in a way which is not dissimilar to the way in which we're talking about it now. Yes, of course, you know, there had just been the annexation of Crimea. Yes, of course, you know, Russia is a complicated player, but, you know, we're for openness and we have to keep channels of communication. The truth of the matter in retrospect is that it was opportunism, full stop, right? And so I say this not to try to somehow argue that, you know, Turkey is doing the same thing, but to say that in that condition of discomfort, of being, of straddling, of being, you know, both this and that, there is on the one hand value, but there is also risk, right? And I think it's always important to look at that risk and being honest with ourselves and asking ourselves, why is it we're doing it? Are we doing it because we're open and we want dialogue? Or are we doing it because there's something cynical and opportunistic about it? And to the extent that it's the latter, always remember that things can turn very quickly, right? And I think that's something that we should always bear in mind.
Natalie, thank you. Bruno, I sort of maybe want to expand on what Natalie was saying, talking about the value proposition and then the potential risks involved. Specifically when it comes to the example of Turkey, talk to me about some of the potential risks as the country grows in its influence in diplomacy and in the field of economy.
Yes, let me turn a little bit to the economy. So the risk, I think, would be that in a world that is fragmenting into separate blocks, you can only prosper economically if you're a full member of one of the blocks, simply because the barriers between the blocks will be too deep and too difficult to cross. So, you know, to be more concrete, you could make the argument that in the end, Turkey will have to be forced to choose whether it wants to be a full member of the European single market or not. Because even having a customs union creates all sorts of problems when you want to sign free trade agreements with third countries. Now, some people think this is not the case. Some people think that in the new era, you could potentially be able to navigate these conflicts and, in fact, trade and do business with different blocks, not being fully committed to any of them, and taking advantage of growth opportunities that are everywhere. And the argument would be that, in fact, it's maybe too late for Turkey to associate itself completely with the European Union because the European Union is on an economic decline path, and therefore Turkey has to find opportunities elsewhere. And one issue that is very alive right now here, from what I understand, is the possibility of a free trade agreement with Japan. I think this sort of points the way. I'm more on the side of those who think that it's possible to have close economic links with different blocs. I see that many countries have been extremely successful doing this. I think that perhaps Switzerland, Singapore can offer an example for what Turkey can do. And I think after this first phase where the attempt was more political to appear as a mediator in the realm of politics, that perhaps there can be a second phase where Turkey will do the same in the realm of world trade and help, in fact, bring some of these blocs together by continuing to stand for trade, business, economic links. I know that Natalie warned us to the risk that if you go with too much enthusiasm down on path, it could sacrifice your principles. But I think it's possible to do both, and it's possible to, in fact, use the same emphasis on stability, order, balance, which I think it was the three words that I got from your comments: stability, order, balance, and that this is more and cooperation as a tool of that. Yep. And that these three values can also be applied to the economic sphere, not just to the political sphere.
Okay. Bruno, thank you very much. I see that they've put on a timer. Thank you very much for that. So we're running out of time. I do want to give the Deputy Minister the final word in the sense of especially making a reference to what President Erdogan said, need for reform at the United Nations. How does the country Turkey use its experience as a mediator when it comes to global crises to advocate for urgent reform in international bodies like the United Nations, but not only specifically that?
Well, yes, Alican, you mentioned something very difficult because, yes, Turkey is trying to voice some normatives, some norms that are very relevant to the international system, just as reforming Security Council. This is gaining a momentum. Many people, many politicians are now accepting that this system should be reformed. But how? That is the crux of the matter. You know, after the Israeli genocide in Gaza, international norms are in erosion. So we have to create a new system, a new international order, which is very clear now. But we need to initiate, we want and we need to initiate some new forms of multilateralisms. That's the way, personally, I see the solution. Because nobody can afford the coming chaotic multipolar world and their risks and their problems. So, as I said, we know that just Turkey cannot solve all the problems or some problems around us. We should come together, we should create some cooperation, and we should create some agreements on international norms as well. That's why Turkey is at the same time, and President Erdogan is speaking about this issue of reform. Without this, it is the jungle. And the great power rivalries and their repercussions on us and in the surrounding region could be disastrous, you know? We should be realistic about that. That's why we are talking so much diplomatically.
True. Thank you very much. You know, it's a huge disservice, I do have to say, when you have people of this caliber to be limited to 45 minutes. I do apologize, but we've come to the end of our session. Natalie Toci, thank you very much. Matthew Bryza, Deputy Foreign Minister Burhanettin Duran, and Bruno Masayesh, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you very much, Bruno. Natalie, thank you very much. I think maybe we can take a photo. We're coming to the end of day one of the 2024 TRT World Forum. Thank you very much for your attendance. We'll see you bright and early here tomorrow for day 2 of our annual TRT World Forum. Thank you very much. Enjoy your evening. Thank you. Thank you. Are you going to stick around for dinner, or are you going to...